Good evening. Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted as a Zoom webinar pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. This meeting is being webcast on Comcast TV Channel 15 and live streamed on the city's YouTube channel at https://www.youtube.com/user/City of Hayward and on the city website at https://hayward.legistar.com/calendar.aspx. The city council, city staff, and other speakers by name and asks that they state their names before giving comments or remarks. Individuals participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. City council members and members of the public participating by Zoom wishing to speak should use the raise hand feature, and the mayor will call upon them at the appropriate time. Members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9, and they will be called upon by the last 4 digits of their phone number. It is requested that public speakers state their names and organizations, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received by email at list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov, city clerk@hayward-ca.gov, or via e-comment by 3 p.m. will be distributed to the city council and staff, published on the city's meeting and agenda center under documents received after published agenda, and entered into the record. Documents received after 3 p.m. through the adjournment of the meeting will be included as part of the meeting record and published the following day. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. In order to get the full Zoom experience, please make sure your application is up to date. Public members wishing to speak with the City Council can send an email to list-mayor-council@hayward-ca.gov or cityclerk@hayward-ca.gov.
And with that, I will call this regular meeting of the Hayward City Council to order and call upon Council Member Mark Salinas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Present.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Ready and willing, right here.
Thank you, Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you.
So we're all here this evening. The next item is a closed session announcement, and I will make that report this evening. The council met in closed session regarding our annual, one item, our annual performance of the city clerk, and we took no reportable action. And with that, we will move on to our presentations this evening. And for the first one, it's my great pleasure to introduce our representative to the California Senate, Senator Bob Wieckowski. Senator Wieckowski, welcome to our meeting, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members and all the residents of Hayward. I'm here at the state capitol still, and just to start off, it's really been an honor to represent Hayward for this last 6 years in the state Senate. You know, there was a combination of establishing a relationship with members of the council and the residents, and then, you know, nurturing that. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you on the council and you, Madam Mayor. You know, given today's decision in the Derek Chauvin case, and I know that George Floyd is on many people's mind. I saw the quote from their Attorney General, Allison, was saying this is an act of accountability. Now we have to really focus on reforms. And I think President Obama said it quite well when he said that today the jury did the right thing. Now the true justice requires much more. And we've been working in the legislature in California to do criminal reform. Many bills have been introduced, and we'll continue to work on those. But my focus today is to, update the council on what's happening with the legislature as far as COVID-19, because I know that's on everybody's mind and how that affects the economy. We did pass a budget trailer bill just yesterday, that will extend or harmonize the state law with the federal law so that people that receive the PPP-1 or PPP-2 don't have to pay taxes on that. It's not viewed as a taxable event. So I know there's a lot of small businesses that are watching that are happy for that. But, since this pandemic rolled out, the legislature gave the governor quite a bit of authority, and we've been watching him at noon for the last year, giving a report. But, we've tried to work together to ramp up supplies, protect the public health, listen to our county and our state public health advisors to provide the relief and learn more about the crisis. Can't believe that it's already been going on 14 months. And, I'm sure that the council and Madam Mayor, we're pleased to see that the numbers are rapidly decreasing. People are receiving and completing their vaccinations, and the governor has highlighted that locally. With the state's stimulus package. I mean, the $7.6 billion in assistance in the form of fee relief or stimulus payments, financial assistance, child care, subsidies, and student aids for families and businesses who faced devastating economic hardship during COVID-19 is still being rolled out. And folks know that there's a California earned income tax credit in addition to the federal income tax credit. And some of our residents have already received their $600, and if they bank online, and some of them will be receiving their $600 for the Golden State stimulus. Families and businesses that have previously qualified for state programs or federal relief, this would be the Cal EITC or Cal Works or Cal Fresh or small business grants or federal PPP loans, can contact my office to see how the stimulus and relief package is going to affect them and could help them out. And I would like to say, when we have these first two rounds of the state's grant relief program, this is in Hayward, $1.68 million in relief has been awarded to Hayward businesses in the first two rounds. And we know that the next round the next round is coming up, the sixth round, where they're going to be offering assistance to folks like that. I will say that I was with the governor, I was with the mayor, and Councilmember Wahad and Assemblymember Quirk when the Alameda County's Office of Education launched their mobile vaccine unit. And again, I joined with some members of the Bay Area delegation from Alameda and Santa Clara County when we worked to add more resources and more zip codes to the early expansion of the COVID program. And that actually helped out 3 zip codes in Hayward. Now that we're opening up the COVID to everybody as of Thursday, we're hopefully that the 25 million that have gotten their shots will encourage the others to continue to get their shots, and it'll all be better. My thoughts are with people. That's the goal, is to make sure that people get their vaccinations. So jumping back to the relief program, we've had, my office has simultaneously been entertaining a lot of phone calls from constituents on unemployment claims. I mean, it goes without mentioning, but I'll mention that there's the failures of EDD are well documented. My Cracker Jack staff has been assigned, and EDD liaison. They get weekly updates. They work on the different claims that they have, and it's a thoughtless job. We are trying to do the best job we can that people get the unemployment checks that they're entitled to. So while the pandemic and assisting economic recovery in California has been our priority this year, I did want to update the council on the legislation that I'm carrying this year, because, in February, I introduced a package of bills that are designed to protect workers' rights, reform the state's broken bottle bill program, require a label on products with synthetic food dyes, and to notify consumers when their debt's going to be sold, along with a lot of other pro-consumer legislation. The package of bills will continue to improve the strong consumer protections that we sort of expect out of California. I think they deserve it. And people look at their representatives and say, how can you expand transparency? How can you help workers and consumers' rights at a time when so many people are struggling and corporations, seem to be tipping the scale and doing much better than most of us. So quickly to run through the bills that I think folks may be interested in and we can pay attention to. And back in December, I introduced SB 38. This is an extended producer responsibility measure that replaces our broken 1986 bottle bill that's been amended so many times. It's got Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids. But what it does is it puts the responsibility into the people that produce the beverages. So think of it as that you're renting the can of Coke or the bottle of water, and ideally, or the way it's designed is that if you pay a nickel or you pay a dime, the consumers are going to get back the nickel and dime. It's not going to be based on the weight. The producers will pay the difference. I have another bill, SB 274, which is supported by the Los Angeles Sunshine Coalition and the Taxpayer Association. And this bill makes it easier, faster, and cheaper for the public to get packets for agendas, local agendas, by emails if they request it. We're in 2021. Some cities are not allowing people to get their agenda packages. So if you have it there, you can request it. If you want paper, then that's a paper. I have another interesting bill, 346, which requires customers, when they buy it, at the time that you buy a vehicle, if they offer a camera that's installed inside the vehicle, that you have to be told about that. It would prohibit the vehicle recordings that were made inside. This is not outside cameras for safety, inside. And you're going to be told about that. And then it's a prohibition about advertising or selling that to third parties. So when, a lot of people think of their car as like their second home, and there's a sense of privacy that you have that this is not being recorded. Another bill I have, 531, it prohibits a creditor from selling a consumer debt unless the creditor has provided notice to the debtor at least 30 days before the selling of the debt. And the notice must also include the amount of outstanding debts. I know many of you know that I practiced bankruptcy for several years, and clients would come in and they had no idea who was collecting on this debt. So this would give the debtor that information at the time it's being assigned. This is another bill that I'd like for people to keep their eye on is 651. Several years ago, I introduced a bill about red dye number 2, about the artificial ingredients, and we turned it into a study bill. And we said, okay, we want the state to study whether this has adverse effects. Well, guess what? This new report was released last Friday, and it confirms that dyes can lead to hyperactivity and inattentiveness in children. So what the bill does, it's public health notices for kids and families. It requires a safety warning outside the label or the package of foods that contain these synthetic dyes, letting people know that it can cause worsening behavioral problems for our children. Another bill, 668, prohibits the use of confessions of judgments. And this is a sort of an archaic legal proceeding. Is when you borrow money, somebody makes you sign, the creditor makes you sign an admission of judgment that you've already guilty, I breached, and then they hold that. And so they don't have to go through the normal judicial process and due process of proving that you actually breached it. So we don't think that's a good idea, that they just go directly into collection. So this bill would once and for all prohibit that. And another follow-up bill that I have with Senator Hertzberg, a couple of years ago, or 2019, we passed 707, and this is for arbitration companies. Now, arbitration is required by many companies, whether your employment or your objection of your credit card, that they require you to go in, and you, the consumer, will pay your filing fee that you want to have it arbitrated in front of the arbitrator. A lot of companies would not pay their portion of the fees. So we said you had 30 days, you had to file it. Well, now we're finding out that the arbitrators are cozying up to them, and they're saying, well, the time doesn't start until we sent out the notice. So they don't even send out the notice to the company. So we're going to change that and say, no, when the consumer files their complaint, the 30 days start, and everybody else has to giddy up. So that's sort of my personal legislative update. As you know, climate adaptation has been of particular interest of mine since I came into the legislature. And last week I was with Governor Newsom up in Oregon, or Oroville. Could have been in Oregon, but we were in Oroville, where he announced a $536 million wildfire prevention package that's going to increase resiliency to the fire challenges that we have. And I am going to have a hearing next Thursday on the drought and some agricultural problems. But this allows a lot of grant money and to be available to areas like Hayward Hills or Alameda County that are at fire risk. So we worked really hard. The budget subcommittee that I chair on resources, environmental protection, and energy helped put this package together. This is the early action, so there'll be another significant investment this year. If I get my way, it'll be for 5 years. So lastly, I think that just constituents should know that often Assemblymember Bill Quirk and I team up on workshops that we have on state programs. And we did a senior scam stopper program. And most recently, we did the Golden State Stimulus Program to talk about these grants that small businesses can obtain. So we're going to continue to work together. We're coming out of the COVID. I look forward to when I can actually go before the council. But that's my update. I'd love to answer any questions Madam Mayor or the council members have.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the update. Yes, Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Wojciechowski. I genuinely appreciate the updates. I just wanted to hear the bill regarding the cameras inside the vehicle. What bill is that again?
346.
346.
346. It's going to the Transportation Committee Tuesday.
Okay.
So it's in the first committee.
And what is your concern with cameras inside? And I know you're a bankruptcy lawyer, so we can talk about it a little bit more depth. But we bring it up often. I bring it up on council about extra cameras, insurance, information being sold to third-party vendors.
Right.
So you have anything to explain?
I'm all for all the cameras on the outside to make sure that I don't hit somebody and I see somebody coming. That's not it. There's a couple, I think Volvo or Cadillac have them inside already. I mean, Tesla has it inside and nobody knows what the camera does. So the idea, I presume that the industry is going to put them in there. So when I sign to buy it, I want a sheet of paper that says, I know that I'm buying the car that has the camera in there, so that you're just knowledgeable about it, and it'll be in the manual. They'll put it in the manual. But then I just want a complete prohibition about using that for third-party vendors to sort of profit off of. I'm eating a Snickers bar, and next thing I get is a hit on my phone to say, "Hey, why don't you stop at the 7-Eleven and get a pack of them?" That is, we protect privacy for folks in their home, and we have, the law has, it's almost a point of reverence that people have, is this is my abode, you can't come in. And I think that same sense of security, even though we know that people can see us, we don't expect this internal,
Violations.
that's going on. So
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your work.
Yes, thank you. That is astonishing. Can you stop my phone from asking me how I liked the last place I was at? It is unnerving, I think.
I wish I could do that. I don't have that much juice. It's amazing how, I was up on a bus tour of different facilities, and we lost cell service in 2 different places. One in Groveland, of all places, we're looking at the rim fire, and then again in Fresno in a valley, and there was no cell service for 24 hours or something, 30 hours, something like that. And some people were going crazy, and I just said, I remember this. I remember that I was living off the grid, and it was okay. I survived, and here I am in Hayward, or remotely in Hayward.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Salinas. Yeah, Councilmember Salinas.
Hi, thank you, Senator Wojciechowski. It's always good to see you. I know you're a state senator, and AB 936, I think, which is the Cradle to Career Grant Program, which will potentially fund it will potentially fund Promise Neighborhoods at the state level. So Promise Neighborhoods is a national program. Hayward has a Promise Neighborhood grant up at Cal State East Bay, but AB 932 is working its way through the state legislature right now. And I don't know if you're aware of it, but I just wanted to see if you have any thoughts regarding Cradle to Career grant programs in the state.
I don't know about it, so we're scrambling because we have a deadline for House of Origin, so our stuff. I believe I've supported that in the past, that concept in the past, but I haven't. So the devil's always in the details that they would have.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I thought I would ask. I wasn't sure if you knew about it.
I think now there's a lot of federal money coming into the state, and we're trying to figure out how does that money get proportion. And obviously, as I intimated, I'm very interested in money going into wildfire prevention and things like that. Other people in different responsibilities are going to be looking for that. So I would imagine it's going to be, if I recall right, didn't President Obama used to fund some of this before, and then we got a cutoff, so then this is the reestablishment of it.
Yeah, the author is Levine from up in Northern California.
Right. You can say Marin. I don't snicker when people say Marin. Yeah, I think it's obviously we're trying to meet people where they're at, and where the local partners are already working instead of starting from scratch on new programs. So I've marked it down, and look forward to having it come over to the Senate.
Thank you.
Right. Don't see any other hands raised, but we've got your number, and well, we don't, but we know how to get in touch with you, and we will be. I'm sure I have already sent you a few letters, I think, about some bills that are coming up. But thank you for coming and being with us this evening. We do very much appreciate it. But now we are going to move on. But
The pleasure has been mine, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Well, it's good to see you, and I hope we all get to see you in person sometime soon, somewhere. So thank you.
night.
So with that, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a proclamation, presentation of a proclamation regarding National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is this very week that we're in, April 18th through 24th. And I'm going to go ahead and read it, and it's in very small print. So don't need them often, but I need them for this. Okay. Whereas more than 26 million people become victims of crime each year, and these crimes also affect family members, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. And the Alameda County Victim Witness Division is dedicated to ensuring the rights of crime victims and their families by providing services to aid in their recovery from the emotional, psychological, social, and economic impact of crime as they reclaim their sense of safety, well-being, and dignity. The victim witness staff assists victims of crime without regard to a person's race, gender, religion, nationality, sexual orientation, gender identity, or immigration status. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Program was the first such program and was established in 1974, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office continues to join forces with the victim service providers, criminal justice agencies, and concerned citizens throughout Alameda County and America to raise awareness of victims' rights and observe National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And whereas in 2020, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Division provided over 8,104 services to more than 1,256 crime victims, including but not limited to child victims of violence and sexual abuse, stalking victims, survivors of homicide victims, human trafficking, crimes against elders and dependent adults, sexual assault, domestic violence, robbery, and other crimes. And the Victim Witness Assistance Claims Division assisted more than 279 victims of crime in Hayward in receiving state compensation funds and successfully compensated $359,971 that paid for services for victims of crime without independent means. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office has been a leader in outreach and services to underserved populations, including commercial sexual exploitation of children, sexual assault victims from cold hit DNA cases, immigrant victims, urban youth, and victims in the LGBT community, as well as victims with disabilities such as deaf and hard of hearing. The Alameda County District Attorney's Office has been bridging the gap between law enforcement and the community and building the community's trust in the criminal justice system. It will continue to do so as we celebrate over 40 years of victim services in Alameda County, and National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 18th to 24th, 2021, provides an opportunity to celebrate the energy, creativity, and commitment that launched the Victims' Right movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. And so now, therefore, I, Barbara Halliday, Mayor of the City of Hayward, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of April 18th to 24th, 2021 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in the City of Hayward, reaffirming the commitment to respect and enforcement of victims' rights and addressing their needs during Victims' Rights weeks and throughout the year, and express our appreciation for those victims and survivors of crime who have turned personal tragedy into a motivating force to improve the response to victims of crime and build a more just community. And we have here with us tonight to accept this, the Alameda County District Attorney Office's North County Victim Advocate Supervisor, Maria Suniga, and I hope I pronounced that right. So Ms. Suniga, Maria, please unmute yourself. I think you already have, and And I know you probably would want to like to say a few words. And thank you so much for the work that you do in your office.
Thank you, Mayor Halliday. I appreciate it. And thank you to all the members of the City Council. On behalf of Nancy O'Malley and the entire District Attorney's Office, we appreciate you taking time to grant us this proclamation, and we humbly accept it. And as you mentioned in the proclamation, that we do outreach to all types of communities, and it's the actual National Victims' Rights Week. It's their 40th anniversary, although the Victim Witness Assistance Division has been in existence over 40 years. And so Victim Witness, we have a staff of about 35 advocates who are scattered throughout the county, and they provide assistance on all different types of cases. And recently, we've noticed, due to the pandemic, the hate crimes, the rise in hate crimes, specifically against the Asian American and the Pacific Islander community. And so our district attorney has created a special response team, which is like a form of a task force for us as advocates then to reach out specifically to those folks and offer services. So regardless of if a case is charged or not, we still offer services. And then lastly, I just wanted to also say that specifically in the city of Oakland, but just throughout the county too, we've also noticed a spike in homicide cases, which is really unfortunate. So we've been very busy, again, addressing the needs of the victims and their family members to try and help them get through the process. So on behalf of the DA's office, I just want to thank you and everyone else very, very much for the proclamation.
Sorry about that. The age of Zoom. Can you do anything about robocalls? Victims of robocalls? No, I'm joking, but sorry for the interruption there. And we really do very much appreciate the services you provide. Is there a number you could share, or of how to get in touch with your office should someone feel that need?
Yes. So I wish I had it on a slide or more of a presentation, but it's 510-272-6180. And that's the phone number to our main headquarters. And so if somebody is calling from, let's say, Pleasanton, they can get directed to the right person or the right advocate.
Great. Well, thank you so much for being here. And we do actually have a proclamation. This is just a piece of paper, but we will be sending the real proclamation to your office. Please thank District Attorney O'Malley as well for her work in all of this, and all of your colleagues there at the District Attorney's Office. We appreciate your coming here tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, we will move into our next item, which is public comments this evening. This is opportunity for members of the public to comment on items that are not otherwise on our agenda. And so you'll see on the screen there how to get in touch, or how to call in or ask us, get in through the Zoom line that our city clerk has put up there. So Matt, I did see a hand raised among attendees. Madam City Clerk, do we have?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. If you could allow me to just make an announcement.
Yes, please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. As you could see, we have on the screen more information. So our community members wishing to join the meeting via Zoom can follow information on the first page of the agenda, which is also displayed on the screen right now. The information is also available on the screen for those viewing the meeting via the city's YouTube channel, the city website, and also channel 15. And if I could allow me to go to the next page. I believe we have, let's see if I could go to the next page. Okay, interesting. It will allow me. There we go. So if you are using Zoom to join the meeting, click on the raise hand button to request to speak. When joining via phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. I will unmute your microphone when it's time for you to speak. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make that announcement before we invite our public members. I believe, do you see the list right there? And we'll go ahead and first speaker, Claire Dugan. I'm going to go ahead and allow to speak, and we'll set the timer.
Let's see.
Please go ahead.
I pressed the unmute.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this seems the appropriate section of the council meeting. I live close to Southland, and I don't know if you're aware that there seems to be a real upsurge in criminals targeting single females. They've gone to the different banks at Southland, and when the woman goes in and does her business, she comes back out. There's a couple of guys in a car. One gets out of the car, approaches the passenger side of the woman's car, and then if it's unlocked, they open the door and steal the purse. Otherwise, they smash the window if the door happens to be locked. But in a couple of these cases, the women were followed to their homes, and the theft occurred, after they were in front of their own house getting ready to go into their homes. That's such a scary thing. And I just got to say that one of the banks I've banked at for over 30 years, but I'm no longer going to do my banking in Hayward. And frankly, I'm pretty kind of leery of doing shopping in Hayward because of the cars that get broken into so often. So anyway, that's just my concern. But when I saw 3 cases within about a week at Southland Mall, that was pretty scary. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for the comment, and we will, I'm sure law enforcement is aware of the situation and is trying to do something about it. I would say we all need to be very careful when we're out. And I would add, though, that this is certainly not a situation that is unique to Hayward. It is happening throughout the area. Next, we have, I believe, Lacey Amadei.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Lacey Amadei. I'm a community organizer, and I work with the Hayward Community Coalition. Some of you may have, well, before I go into that, I just want to recognize for anyone listening, especially for the public, just how heavy and how, what a serious day it is today. I know there's a lot of mixed emotions. On the one hand, a lot of people feel a sense of relief for the verdict, but on the other hand, there's a lot of pain. And I just really hope that, that you all are able to, take that in, reflect, even when it turns into a criticism of you, because after all, you are a city council, and the most important issue facing our country right now about how we're going to start to dismantle structural racism is what we're going to do about racism and policing. So we've said this before, but it lands on your shoulders. So there's going to be a lot of criticism at you all. And I really hope that you all have a way to find where that's valid. Because any city council sitting in charge of a police department has to sit with that and has to think about that. And if you are not acting with the utmost of urgency and really understanding the pain that people are feeling, this is undeniable. I just really hope you can do that moving forward. So the reason I'm calling tonight is because the Hayward Community Coalition has again released recommendations. They're, short form of demands. Maybe some of you will have seen them. The first one is to fund a mental health crisis response team. This is something that was called for first by the family of Agustin Gonzalez, such as Cynthia Nunez, back in 2019. So it's coming back, and I really hope you can work with them this time around. The second is we really want to see an independent call center, the 911 call center, and some innovation there. Thirdly, we want to see a double of what we're dedicating right now to homelessness services and to affordable housing. And lastly, we want to see a social services department in Hayward. Now, we're going to be delivering to all of you, and we're going to be, we've been talking with, staff, a more detailed explanation of those plans. Some of those we think you can do right away during these budget discussions. Other of those, more at like 6 months or maybe a couple of years down the road. But what we need to see from you is an actual enforceable commitment. Like last time, Councilmember Cermeño, the last time we called in with our demands, which were a reflection of what impacted communities are asking for everywhere, you threw up your hands and said, how are we going to do it? If you really need some tips for how you can start to commit for something like 2-3 years down the road, we can work with you. There's things you can do. You can pass a resolution explaining your intent. That's fine. We need to see a commitment from you all. This is serious.
Thank you. Our next speaker, can't quite the name, Bebe Cheng.
Hi, this is BB Cheng. I think I sent an email blast out a few days ago after very frustrated long time. And I continue to emphasize you set up ordinance code, but you need to enforce it. For example, you have 4 hours parking, nobody enforce it. And I just don't see the cities doing their work. I in my email saying, you want the tree, but the trees are covering our properties. You don't clean the streets. So when the rain come down, the streets flooded. So we have to clean ourselves. And when I call the parking enforcement, they say, you need to talk to council to get more staff for them. And it's just a mess, basically. And I called a narcotic tip hotline, asked for help because we have drug activities. And just my call just went to dead end. No response, no callback. And another thing, I think one of your council members replied back to me saying, they bused the homeless to Hayward. But do you guys think why they bused to the homeless to Hayward? Because you open, you don't patrol, you don't do anything about it. It's an open door. Why not they get comfortable in here? We are next to the city hall. It's just homeless people on drug or drunk people. It's just passing by every day, staying on our property. One time I called the police and they left before the homeless person who was either mentally ill or drunk. The police left before the person left. So, just left the citizens defend themselves. So I really want to see more citywide services to the cities, either police, public service, something. And I don't want to hear there's no budget. I came from mainland China. I know how $1 can stretch how far. So we are in the most rich country, and I just never take either school or government saying we don't have a budget for it.
Thank you, Ms. Cheng. Your time is up, but thank you for your comments. We'll try to do better. Next speaker is Zachariah Okenda.
Hi, Council, City Manager, Mayor. I just wanted to share for the public a reminder of a really significant milestone and opportunity in the area of addressing police violence and health and crisis response, based on the work that the city manager's office staff, community members, and members from the fire department, police, dispatch, have all been doing in the policy innovation, lean innovation workshop process over the last several weeks. We have some actionable proposals that we will be bringing before the council budget and finance committee, which is going to be on Monday, April 26th. It's a special committee meeting of the council, of part of the council. I know all the council members won't be there for obvious reasons. And I just wanted the public to know that there's an opportunity there to kind of hear what the city has been working on through the collaboration with community members and staff on things like a mobile response team, a part of the proposals, independent dispatch, some of the things that were mentioned here, actually in other public comments and others, community outreach, other proposals. So I really would like to, I think it's important that anybody in the public who's interested, attend those meetings, give your feedback, tell council in the committee, like what you support, what you want to see, how you think these kinds of proposals, which are in, these preliminary phases, ought to be implemented, ought to be maybe expanded or developed or funded. All the feedback and all the support for those kinds of proposals are welcome. And, I look forward to seeing people come out for that because, the George Floyd and the Derek Chauvin trial today and the verdict of guilty was a significant historical verdict decision. And of course, it does, I think, demonstrate a shift from just, what was awareness throughout the country last year into, I think, what is abundantly clear as a moment where we do need to take action. It's been that way a long time, but I think this verdict today made it a signal of momentum and action. And I think that we can do that, and we can hold ourselves and our police department and our community more broadly more accountable and end police violence. And I think these are steps in these proposals and the work that we're doing in the city, small steps, but steps in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you and all of the others who have participated in these policy innovation workshops. And I'm very much looking forward to being able to discuss them with the rest of the council, and just really appreciate the time and effort that all of you have put in on that. Our next speaker is Sherman Lewis. Do we have? Yes.
Called mute.
Yes, and you're unmuted now, and we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen you people. This is going to be a very informal little discussion because I'm about to do a lot of work on the quarry proposal. And while I was listening to Senator Wieckowski talk for a much longer time than I wanted to listen, I began to realize why I do not run for council myself. I don't have the patience that you people have. And I go way back now, many years with Mayor Halliday and with Francisco, lesser time with some of the others. Angela, of course, is brand new. And I have been getting information from the city about the lists of people they've been communicating with about this new development so that I can communicate with them with some ideas that I'm developing. We got a list of people on Highland, and Old Highland's my area, on Palisade, and there was an address that was missing on Palisade, 1015 Palisade. That should be a familiar address, Mayor Halliday.
No, it's not really. 1015. I think it's close, though. I think you're trying to talk about my house.
Well, I was. Maybe I've got the number wrong. Oh, 1075.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I misread what I wrote here. So you've now been getting some of the efforts of the staff to influence people on this project. Anyway, I just thought I would mention that because we looked you up a little bit. We had all these Whole Highlands, Palisade addresses. And so I looked up a few, and you weren't there. Now, I am working on a proposal that I'm calling Hope for the Quarry. It's going to take some time to develop the site plan. I have an intern from UC Berkeley City and Regional Planning who's also an architect, but she's got to work on her coursework to get her degree in about 2 weeks. So the comment deadline in early May is going to be difficult, if not impossible, to make on a detailed proposal. I also sent you today the text that was in the application because the formatting of the document from the developer is pretty difficult to use because of a double wide PDF pages that are linked together and difficult to download for some people. Your Marcus Martinez and assistant manager Ott may want to see if they can get that reformatted for the public to understand better all the things the developer wants to do. So anyway, that's pretty much what I wanted to say, just a kind of a hello, and good luck with your work.
Thank you. And I'll just comment that because I do live quite close to the property that Mr. Lewis was talking about, I am recusing myself from the discussions that we're having about that property. So, but the rest of the council is very involved. So thank you for those comments. And we will move on to the next speaker is Simon Ruelas.
Hi, Council and Hal Mayor. Good evening. My name is Simon. I'm actually a real estate developer, a Hayward native. And really, my question to you guys comes really as to what's being done internally to make it easier and more attractive for real estate developers to come and bring more affordable housing to the city. I've developed in Hayward before, and we're currently still developing in Hayward. And it just seems that every time I speak to a developer or someone who is rehabbing a home, they tell me Hayward's really tough. Stay away from Hayward. The city's really difficult to work with. So I just wanted to find out if the city is doing anything internally to make it a little bit more attractive to bring more affordable housing and encourage more developers and more rehabbers to come into the city and make Hayward a better place to live, a nicer place to live than it already is. And also encourage, again, like I said, more developers to come in and bring more affordable housing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isaac.
Hello, good evening. My name is Isaac Harris, a community member, and I just wanted to call in, felt compelled to do so after we heard the verdict in the George Floyd trial, or the Derek Chauvin trial, rather. And I wanted to say that there's so much more that needs to be done. And just there was a New York Times article outlining that in the days since the Derek Chauvin trial began, there have been 3 police killings every single day. That's just happening right in our backyard. We recently heard news of Alameda City Police killing a child. And we know that Hayward PD is also not innocent. All of this goes to show that it's not enough to just indict a single police officer. It's not enough to call this a victory and say that the movement worked and that we can turn the corner. What really needs to happen is we need to reduce contact as much as possible between police and the community. And that means shifting away the services that the police do, whether that's youth services, dealing with our unhoused community, the 911 hotline, all of these services that can be put to use for real public safety in our city can be done without people with guns terrorizing the community. And the only way we can have real justice for George Floyd in this country is if police departments across the country make these kinds of changes. And so I urge Hayward City Council over the past year of the deliberations to continue moving towards these reforms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Selena McManus.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I just wanted to comment right after Isaac about the Derek Chauvin trial. It's really disheartening to see Hayward City Council members condemn Derek's actions when they don't even condemn Hayward PD. Hayward PD murders. I don't understand. Are we not in the same reality here? Because it's pretty sickening to see it. You all have opportunities time and time again, all of you, every single one of you, to make a change in Hayward, and you don't. You don't defund the police. You don't stand up for your citizens, especially the Black and brown ones. I don't want to see a damn thing about this trial from any of you because you don't make things happen. Do better, be better, and the people are not going to stop working. We're not going to keep coming. Your job as a pretty little council member is over. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe next we have TJ.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm TJ with Hayward Concerned Citizens, again advocating for our police department and for authorizing their use of drones as a means of addressing public safety emergencies and life preservation missions. And when I speak in support of police, please don't misconstrue that I condone what Derek Chauvin did, but I don't condone the notion that because we have some bad cops or bad incidents, all police are bad. For those who feel differently, you have a right to your opinion, but this is mine. The climate in our city and our nation with regard to policing in general has been so bad that there isn't even objectivity anymore. We see social media posts of critical incidents with a biased lens, making prejudgments without body cam footage and further investigation. In the efforts to heed the call of social justice, we've forgotten to be responsive, not reactive. We need to stay pragmatic with solutions to perceived problems, looking at what has worked with our police, in addition to what we've witnessed that needs changing. A caller 2 weeks ago stated that our community needs to be empowered to be able to address emergencies themselves, block by block, rather than wait for police to help them. Well, our tax dollars pay for police, so we're entitled to their services. When you have a group of felons running down your residential streets with a weapon evading arrest from a carjacking, would the expectation be we all come running out of our homes and try to tackle them to the ground? Should we encourage our citizens to act without accountability, arming themselves with guns for their own protection and firing at will with the slightest altercation? Some of us saw footage of that very incident at a Chevron on Hesperian, and trust me, it brings about more violence, not less. And how do we expect our children, mentally or physically disabled, or the vulnerable elderly, to address their own emergencies? And what about small businesses? If the neighborhood convenience store was being robbed at gunpoint, is the clerk going to yell out for the customers in line to risk their own lives and help? And let's not look at police deploying drones as an off-the-cuff or one-off expense when we know they're commonly used by many other police departments across the nation with great success, minimizing injury and lawsuits. And with our police force having dwindled and crime rates no better, the time to authorize the drones is now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised right now. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of any other speakers, people who wanted to make public comments? All right, with that, I'll go ahead and close public comments.
Mayor, I have a comment, please.
Go to Councilmember Marquez, who has a public comment.
Thank you. So I just want to ask our city manager, and I apologize, I did not ask for this in advance, but in light of the verdict today and just it is a very heavy and triggering day for many of us and our community members that have called in, and it's just been a difficult year in general. But could you briefly, and beyond this year, I'm not trying to minimize it, but I just want to give a response to the public in regard to, I know information was shared about the budget meeting on Monday, but if you could just share with everyone the expectations of that meeting, and if you have any details, or if you could just share with the public how they can access participating in that meeting, and then what are the next steps after that meeting, please.
Sure. I was actually going to address this during my city manager comments later, but since it has come up now, I'm happy to make some comments. And I just also want to acknowledge the guilty verdict in the Derek Chauvin case trial this morning, and obviously the multitude of conversations around race and policing that George Floyd's murder sparked throughout this country and also here in Hayward, and just acknowledge the feelings and the sentiments that might be out there today. And just wanted to share my own thoughts around that. As you heard, obviously from Zachariah Okenda earlier, who's been serving on the innovation policy workshops, that series of workshops has been going on for the past several months. And that will be culminating in the presentation to the Council Budget and Finance Committee next Monday. That starts at 5 p.m., Monday, April 26th. The expectation at that meeting is there have been 5 teams that have been working on a variety of problem statements and potential solutions that can be implemented to address those problem statements and the stakeholders that are impacted by those problem statements. Those are, as Zachariah had mentioned, actionable pilot programs that will be recommended to the Budget and Finance Committee to consider. There's a large list of projects. So the group has been working to sort of narrow it down to kind of a top 10 of recommended ideas that the Budget and Finance Committee will weigh in on, and sort of help to maybe prioritize which are the most important that we should continue to move forward with. And as was mentioned, some of those include looking at and evaluating our dispatch center operations, a mental health pilot response program, and just some really other, I think, creative and innovative ideas to, one, improve relationships, improve policing in Hayward, and also improve community relationships, not just with the police department, but with the city organization as a whole. And then also to improve kind of the feeling of neighborhoods and public safety in neighborhoods and community safety. So I think it'll be a really interesting presentation for the committee next week. And then following that, I think the goal is that the committee will discuss those ideas, ask questions of the teams who will be presenting them, get any clarification, and then make any suggestions for what the committee feels are the sort of their priorities around those projects. The staff team will then come back and we'll be putting together some funding recommendations and ideas and suggestions. And so the follow-up action from April 26th will be a work session with the council on Tuesday, May 18th, which is in conjunction with the council's budget process. And that will include some specific, based on the ideas that are selected to move forward and some of the projects that are already underway in various city departments, some funding estimates, proposed budgets for each of the projects, and then some funding suggestions for how those ideas will be funded in a pilot program for the next fiscal year. So that's where we are in the process.
Thank you. And when it comes back to us on May 18th, I know there's short, mid, and long-term goals. Will that be also included in terms of what we'll be doing in the upcoming fiscal year versus things that are going to have to be carried out a bit?
Yeah, I mean, we've also got to look at staff capacity because obviously some of these are going to require a lot of staff workload. So that's part of the analysis that'll happen between the Budget and Finance Committee and the May 18th meeting, is also looking at what kind of staffing impacts these will have, and how to sort of reallocate staffing from potentially other projects or other initiatives to work on some of these efforts. And then, yes, we'll be focusing on the short-term actionable items to fund in fiscal year 2022.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, with that and seeing no other council hands raised, we're going to move on to our action items this evening. And that would be our consent calendar items 1 through 8 I've been asked to pull item number 5 for now. So is there any, do any of the other council members wish to pull any of these other items besides number 5? Seeing no one, I would entertain a motion.
Mayor, I have a question on number 6.
Do you want to pull the item? Oh, you have a
just
question?
have a question on it.
All right, well, we'll pull the item and
Let's forget it. I will ask city manager separately.
Sure?
Forget it, yes.
Okay. All right, so then I would entertain a motion on items 1 through 4 and 6 to 8.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Lamnon.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Marquez. Are there any, I think this hand raised in the public. Did Mr. Ruelas want to comment, do you think, or did he not lower his hand before?
It was raised during the public comment, but he had already spoken under public comment.
Okay, so I don't see any requests to speak from the public. So with that, or the council. So with that, Madam City Clerk, will you do a roll call vote on these items? That was items 1 through 4 and 6 through 8, moved by Councilmember Lamnon, seconded by Councilmember Marquez.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we will now go to item number 5, which is adoption of a resolution approving plans and specifications and calling for bids for the fiscal year 21 sidewalk rehabilitation project and wheelchair ramp projects. Madam City Manager, did you want to?
So Public Works Director Mary is going to make a comment about this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I just have a statement to read before council takes action on this item. This report is based on an objective surveys and criteria. Members of council whose homes might be included in this cycle of repairs are not involved in the surveys or criteria. The regulations of the State Fair Political Practices Commission allow members of the council to vote on matters which affect all members of the public equally under the principle of the exception generally. The city attorney has reviewed the report and determined members are not required to recuse or disqualify themselves if sidewalk repairs occur within 1,000 feet of their property. And with that, council can go ahead and take action.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, this comes up for all of us at some time or another, that we live in an area where the sidewalks there are going to be sidewalk repairs, and we are in that manner treated like any other resident of the city, and we don't determine the locations each year, or it's a very staff-driven process. So with that, I would entertain. Moved by Councilmember Salinas.
And I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Cermeño. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews. Aye. Councilmember Lamnon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Yes.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have 3 work session items this evening. So we'll go to the first one, agenda item number 9. And this is a work session on Let's House Hayward strategic plan and review. And this will be a review and update on the planning process, visions, goals, and priority projects for the Let's House Hayward Homelessness Reduction Strategic Plan. And we'll start this off, I believe, from Community Services Management Analyst, Amy Cole-Bloom. Ms. Bloom?
I'm actually going to let Monica start, and then I'll go from there. We tricked you.
Make it difficult for you.
Monica, Ms. Davis, who is the Director?
Community Services Manager, and I'm happy to be here this evening.
I have trouble with those titles. I really mean no disrespect. I don't even, but anyway.
I will take a promotion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Monica Davis, the Community Services Manager, and I am here this evening with Dr. Amy Cole-Bloom, Management Analyst for both Community Services and the Housing Division. And we are thrilled to be able to bring to you our Let's House Hayward Strategic Plan update. I'll turn it over to Amy to get us going, and then I'll jump back in for the second part of the presentation. And then Amy, please do let me know as I progress through the slides. Yes, thank you. You can go ahead to the next one. Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Tonight, we're going to start by giving you an overview of the planning process for the Let's House Hayward Strategic Plan and what's led up to where we are now, as well as an overview of the vision and goals, or the draft vision and goals that have been established in the plan, as well as the priority projects that have been identified through the planning process, our next steps, and including where this plan fits into other relevant citywide work. Go ahead, Monica. So just to restate our recommendation, it's staff's recommendation tonight that council reviews and provides feedback on the vision, goals, and priority projects identified in the Let's House Hayward strategic plan. You can go ahead, Monica. So to start, it's important that we ground this work in a shared understanding of what homelessness looks like in Hayward. I know you all have seen these statistics before, but it's always worth revisiting that there was a 23% increase from 2017 to 2019 in homelessness in Hayward, and 76% of those in 2019 who were homeless were without shelter, so they were sleeping outside. We did the 2020 public safety survey just last year, and one of the important findings from the randomized survey was that Hayward residents are 2 times more likely to experience homelessness than the national average. And while the 2021 point in time count, which is where we get the snapshot of homelessness data in Hayward, has been postponed due to COVID, we can look at some national data indicators, as well as what we are seeing just anecdotally in the city, to see that COVID-19 has increased the risk of homelessness for sure. National data shows increases in both food insecurity and people's inability to pay their rent or mortgage, all of which is likely going to increase the prevalence of homelessness in Hayward. You can go ahead, Monica. The homelessness crisis is felt exceptionally hard by our Black, Indigenous, and people of color in Hayward. This slide shows the differences in racial breakdown in the city as a whole, the homeless population as of 2019, and those served by the city's navigation center. So you can see that while Black residents are only 10% of the city's population, they make up about 24% of the homeless population as of 2019. Indigenous folks are only 1% of Hayward's population, but they make up about 5% of the homeless population. And similarly with our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander neighbors, well, they're 2% of the city's population. They're 6% of the homeless population. And Hayward is working towards addressing these disparate impacts in service provision, as you can see in the navigation center demographics, but it continues to be a need that will be a focus of this Let's House Hayward strategic plan. Next slide, please. So the Let's House Hayward strategic plan uses a racial equity lens that is anchored in the data that you just saw and in an understanding that homelessness and systemic racism are inextricably linked. The plan itself will also align with regional plans. We know that homelessness is not just a local issue, it's a regional issue. So we're striving to make sure the Hayward specific plan aligns with the county's homelessness action plan, as well as the Everyone Home plan to end homelessness. The strategic plan also centers individuals with lived experience by bringing them into not just our data collection, but also onto our steering committee to be really a voice at the table as much as possible. The plan is intended to leverage the strengths and resources of Hayward while addressing that the city has unique needs that may be different from our neighbors in other jurisdictions.
And the plan is also intended to establish a pipeline of projects and programs that are really community driven. So what we mean by that is that their suggestions and ideas and identified needs that have come from the community through this data collection process. You can go to the next slide. The Let's House Hayward plan is closely aligned with other citywide efforts related to homelessness. We wanted to sort of map those out for all of you. So as you recall, City Manager McAdoo presented the city's plan for the American Rescue Plan stimulus funds earlier this month on April 6th. The priority projects identified through this Let's House Hayward planning process are those that may be considered by council for funding through the city's community safety and economic recovery focus of those funds. That's just one potential use. In just a few days, as City Manager McAdoo also mentioned earlier this evening, on April 26th, staff and community members are going to be presenting an update on the Policy Innovations Workshop to the Council Finance and Budget Committee. The Let's House Hayward plan aligns with the work there very closely, including that the Let's House Hayward plan has an activity in it to explore public safety responses to homelessness through the Innovations Workshop. And you'll see those solutions on the 26th and then later when it comes to the full council. Staff will bring a final draft of the Let's House Hayward plan to the Homelessness Housing Task Force for input in June, and then we'll return to council for another work session on the plan after that in the summer. Next slide. So we're going to move into talking about the planning process itself and the work that's gone into developing the plan to date. So to be clear, the plan's not done. What we're bringing today is kind of an overview update and some draft language to get your input. And this is an overview of what's happened so far. The focus from the start has been engaging a variety of stakeholders through as many methods as we can while maintaining safety during the pandemic. Council approved, so going way back to over a year ago in January of 2020, Council approved the city's strategic roadmap, which included a homelessness reduction strategic plan project. Later, in September of 2020, Council approved a contract with Homebase to develop that strategic plan. We kicked things off with the steering committee soon after that in November, bringing together the steering committee that's a group of experts from community provider agencies, business leaders, individuals with lived experience, who were meeting on a fairly regular basis to provide input into the plan as we move through each key step. Homebase has also facilitated listening sessions in December, one with the Homelessness and Housing Task Force and one with the Community Services Commission to get an initial input on what our priorities are for the plan and Hayward's strengths and needs. Then in January, so just this past January of 2021, Homebase hosted 4 work sessions as part of a community planning summit. We'll talk about those in a moment. And then just throughout the fall and the spring, that arrow down at the bottom trying to capture all of the work that's been going on through several focus groups and interviews with a variety of stakeholders, which we'll talk about actually in the next slide. So Homebase has done a really commendable amount of work to engage stakeholders, both across the community as well as with staff and council. We have a lot of staff who interact with the homelessness on a day-to-day basis as part of their jobs. On the community side, they did interviews with individuals with lived experience of homelessness, so folks who are currently homeless or have been homeless previously. They also conducted focus groups and interviews with community-based service provider organizations, so those who are working on a day-to-day basis with our homeless community, downtown business owners, education partners from the school district, as well as the Hayward Promise neighborhood, and then those virtual community forums, which were held across 2 days in January. And those had, depending on which session you attended, between 50 and 80 people, which really, I think, was an impressive turnout for a virtual forum. And they were able to do lots of really engaging breakout sessions to hear from, honestly, I think, more people than we may have been able to hear from in person, because we had those smaller breakouts that we wouldn't otherwise necessarily have been able to do in person. And then we also had some community engagement with the listening session with the Community Services Commission in December. On the staff side and council side, they've done focus groups and interviews with staff across different departments and divisions. So city manager's office, maintenance services, code, city attorney's office, fire, and police. And then we also got initial feedback from the Homelessness and Housing Task Force back in December. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment. Just an important part of this process has been the work with the steering committee. They've worked closely with staff and home base, providing input and strategic guidance. They're continuing to work on the plan moving forward. Upcoming, we've got a series of work sessions, Councilmember Lambden, you'll see them on your calendar soon, where we're going to be doing a deeper dive into the next beyond year one, so years 2 through 5 of the plan, and really getting into the kind of granular detail of how to scaffold out a lot of these projects over time. But we want to just take this moment to thank everyone and recognize the work that they're doing and continue to do. Next slide. So next, we're going to talk about some of the key elements of the plan itself, starting with the draft vision and goals. So a vision statement in general is one that sets forth the city's meaning and purpose for addressing and preventing homelessness in Hayward. So this was drafted through feedback from community members, staff, and the steering committee. All of them were able to give input to inform the development of this statement. And the working vision statement right now is, our vision is for the city of Hayward to be a leader in ensuring an end to homelessness through accessible, dignified treatment and services. Next slide, please. So overall, the plan has 3 main goals, and you can think of each goal sort of as a broad bucket, and then within that are going to be strategies and specific activities or projects to achieve those goals. So I recognize there's a lot of text on this slide, but the first goal broadly focuses on coordination and communication, both within staff and other jurisdictions, as well as community engagement and education. So it's formalizing a coordinated and compassionate citywide response to homelessness and develop wider community understanding and engagement. So to achieve this goal, the city will continue its innovative approach to internal collaboration across divisions. It will increase communication with providers and individuals with lived experience, and it will work to educate the community about issues of homelessness to reduce stigma and truly to humanize homelessness as much as possible. Goal 2, in my mind, I think of this as just the services goal. So it focuses on a range of services from shelter provision, but also to things like employment, education, mental health, substance use treatment, all of those types of services that we know the community needs most. So this goal is to increase the availability of and reduce barriers to homeless crisis response services. To do this, the city will expand its capacity to provide shelter that leads to permanent housing, as well as test new ways to improve outreach and engagement, and will continue ongoing service provision as well. And now goal 3 really looks at homelessness prevention and anti-displacement, as well as housing production. So this is ensuring access to and retention of affordable permanent housing. To achieve this, the city will continue investing in its eviction prevention and anti-displacement resources, and will provide or prioritize developing housing for those experiencing and most at risk of experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. So that was a lot. Before we move on to the next slide, I just want to pause and again restate that these are the overarching vision and goals, and they may seem really high level, but the plan itself is going to break down really from year 1 to year 5, what all of that means on a really actionable level, including factors of what resources are required, both funding, staffing, and other considerations for how much time it will take, those types of things. So that will come in a future date, but right now we wanted to be able to provide an update to you with the overarching vision and goals. In addition to that, we have some specific projects and programs that emerge from the planning process as high priority for the first year of program implementation. So this isn't to say that all of these projects are going to be up and running in fiscal 22, but that they are projects that are a priority to start working on. And that could be anything from identifying a funding source for or launching off the ground, depending on the project and the priority of the council. So first, we want to start by addressing existing projects. So these are the projects and programs that were already in the works, so to speak, but we're still highlighted by community members as important, and we wanted to list out so you all know that this is what is already built into staff's work plan. Related to goal 1, which again is that broad coordination, collaboration, and community engagement goal, continue ongoing internal collaboration and staff training efforts. One of the things that we've learned through this planning process and the benchmarking work that we've done is that the way the city currently does its cross-divisional collaboration related to homelessness is not necessarily how a lot of other jurisdictions do it. And it's pretty innovative that we've got folks meeting from across departments on a weekly basis to problem solve in real time, which is more of a proactive approach than others may be taking. The other project there that's ongoing is our community agency funding process, which you heard a work session in earlier this month, and we'll be coming back with those for your final recommendations later this month. For goal 2 projects, again, this is the big services goal. So under here, existing projects include continuing our city operated and city funded shelter programs, which includes the navigation center and the annex. Explore funding options for hotel, motel, or otherwise underutilized property conversions to create additional shelter. And then leveraging the policy innovations workshop, which you're all familiar with, to explore alternative outreach and engagement strategies, particularly when it comes to law enforcement response to homelessness. The goal 3 projects, and again, these are the more anti-displacement, eviction, or homelessness prevention side of things, is to continue the anti-displacement and eviction prevention programs, part of our RSO and relocation assistance ordinance, as well as the mediation services that have been expanded for COVID. And continuing to work on streamlining the development process, as well as identifying zoning barriers to innovative housing and shelter solutions. So again, those are it's already happening. It's what staff has currently built into the work plan. But next I want to talk about kind of 2 categories of new projects. So the first we're calling, well, let me take a step back. So for these 2 different categories of projects, ultimately the key distinction between them is readiness. So it really comes down to how ready staff are to implement these projects. So on the tier 1 side, these are the projects that you ultimately can consider ready to go, with one key exception, and that is that a funding source is still needed. So these are identified as high priority through the planning process. Staff have a strong understanding of what's required to implement them and about how much they'll cost. And staff have existing capacity to implement these currently. However, again, there is not currently a funding source to support them. On the tier 2 side, these are still identified as high priority projects by our community and staff, but currently staff capacity is insufficient to implement these right away, and additional work is needed to do additional research, to build out partnerships with other jurisdictions, identify service providers. So there's still some steps needed to really get a full grasp to understand what we need to do to implement them. And like the tier 2 projects, there also still needs to be a funding source identified. Next slide, please. So for these tier 1 projects, we've outlined these 3 projects. And again, these are those that are ready to go if a funding source is identified. They are, each of these is either an expansion or a slight adjustment or adaptation to an existing program. So what we've done here is mapped out the project, our cost estimate to implement them, as well as the folks who, the number of individuals they'd be served, to get an idea of impact. The first project is extending the navigation center annex beyond the current 6-month contract. So for those of you, as a reminder, this is the hotel annex where we have non-congregate shelter available for folks. This would increase our temporary shelter capacity. It would also increase the number of folks who receive services to link them to ultimately permanent housing. The second project is extending the winter warming shelter to year-round operations. It currently doesn't operate the full year, and that would increase the city's shelter capacity and would provide some additional services to folks as well, but it's not necessarily a navigation center model. And then the third project is developing a shallow subsidy rental assistance pilot program. To be clear, this is not exactly the same as the rental assistance that we provided for individuals impacted by COVID-19 financially. Those funds have since been expended, and those were one-time grants to folks. The shallow subsidy rental assistance program would be slightly different in that instead of that one-time grant payment, extremely low-income households with high housing cost burdens, they're paying a lot of their income every month in rent, would receive a small stipend every month to help reduce that housing cost burden. And so that's more on the prevention side. Thank you, Monica. I can go to the next slide. For our Tier 2 projects, these again are the projects that need additional research and prep work before implementation, in addition to needing a funding source. So the first here is a safe parking site, specifically with spots for RV parking, which was something that we heard from the community is needed. And this would create a space for individuals and families living in their cars to park safely with some privacy and access to resources and services to support the transition to permanent housing. This is one that we heard from some education stakeholders is important because so many families are living in their cars, and it can help families with children get into permanent housing. The second is a sanctioned encampment site to create a safe space for people to camp and access resources and services to support their transition to permanent housing, but really more of an emergency kind of service level where they're getting hygiene access, some security, and then access to basic services to eventually move them into more temporary and then permanent housing. The third is a 24-hour drop-in center for individuals seeking resources or shelter, which is currently not something that's available in the city. Second is student-specific housing, and really we're thinking of this more as a collaboration with our local education partners, not necessarily that the city would produce the housing, but that we would work with our education partners to help them build out their housing capacity. And then the last project there is a tiny home village to provide temporary shelter for individuals experiencing homelessness. There's some great work being done in the city right now that we can potentially build off of, but there's a lot more research that needs to be done to kind of understand that a little bit more. So I'm next actually going to transition it back to Monica to talk a bit more about potential funding sources.
Thanks, Amy. So of course, one core component whenever we're talking about planning is how to pay for the plan to be implemented. And so in that vein, the plan was undertaken to be sort of develop a pipeline of projects to be able to undertake in the opportunity that funding arose. And so staff has outlined a handful of opportunities in which funding could be pulled as a source. And this includes the federal stimulus funds, potentially Measure C in the future if there are additional funds available, Press Group 7 sales tax, potentially identifying sales proceeds from Press Group 6, adding a tax measure, or relying on Alameda County's recent Measure W once litigation is wrapped up. And then, of course, also looking at funding from the Policy Innovation Workshop discussions. And so these are just some of the options that staff has identified. Of course, there's always grant opportunities that we're pursuing to help support our services around addressing homelessness. In terms of next steps, there are sort of several overlapping processes that are related, specifically for our Let's House Hayward strategic plan development. Of course, as Amy mentioned, the steering committee will have the opportunity to provide more detailed feedback on the longer term projects. And then in June, the Homelessness and Housing Task Force will also provide feedback on the full plan. Then we'll return to council in the summer to solicit your feedback. And then within the policy innovation workshops, one of the working groups is focused specifically around homelessness and actually related some of the work in the resource allocation group has discussed homelessness as well as within the mental health group. So certainly there's a lot of overlapping content, and the CBFC will hear, the Council Finance and Budget Committee will hear that report on Monday. And then the City Council budget work session specifically for the Policy Innovation Workshop will be on May 18th. And then, of course, again, talking about funding from the city's budget, you'll hear next Tuesday in the stimulus update, potential opportunity to support the plan. And then the special council meeting on May 15th will discuss the city's budget and overall for next fiscal year. And then on June 1st, the public hearing for the city's budget. So a lot of overlapping work that is related to the Let's House Hayward plan, just trying to tie it all together as you're thinking about the different decision points and opportunities to hear more about this information shared. And with that, we'll pause here for public comments and then council questions and comments about the plan. Mayor, you believe you're muted.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and all of the work that that all of you have done on this. And as this is a work session item, we're going to go first to public comments on this before we come back to council. And I do see we have some comments. So are we ready, Madam City Clerk, to call upon, it looks like the first hand raise is from Glenn Kirby and Ro Aguilar.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Let's go ahead and unmute.
Oh,
there we go.
All right. Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm happy to participate in this. I have submitted an email in writing you should have in your packet. So I'm just very briefly going to summarize what I've written already. And I have addressed the 3 goals contained in your strategic plan. Goal number 1, I believe needs to be strengthened in terms of the stigma attached to homeless people. There has to be more community education projects which generate support for the Hayward plan, especially if you're going out for some sort of funding measure. You need to get the support of the community toward the homeless, and that involves more projects to do that. And I suggested coordinating with community organizations and also reducing the role of the police in these issues, because that in and of itself contains a stigma when all the responses are by the police. Number 2, shelter provision, treatment, and services. I think that number 2, in terms of providing temporary shelter, that we, the council, city, needs to put money into the hotel, motel, non-congregate shelters. Now, that is so important for people to get them off the streets, get them into a motel room. They're safe, they have privacy, and then we provide the services through our cooperation with the county, our cooperation with the nonprofits. But give them a room, give the families based on demographics, families, single women, women with children, substance abusers, mentally ill, all have their own private, safe room under the guidance of the social services of Alameda County, nonprofits, and whatever else we can, whoever else we can, maybe we can get some volunteers from the public, who knows? Number 3, prevent future displacement. I think rent is rent subsidy, but also I think we should think of mortgage subsidies, because some of the folks have houses, they own houses, and they're losing them. And this is what builds our middle class ownership. And the most important thing is building homes on the ground, low and very low housing on the ground. And I've talked about that enough that you know where I'm going with that. So, but that is key to future success. Permanent homes for people to live in and work toward. Thank you.
Okay, and this is Glenn. If it would be, I just have a brief additional comment.
Yes, go ahead. You're a different person, so we'll let you do that.
Sharing the computer, he can't put in his own name.
Yes, I understand. Go ahead, Glenn.
My comment will be brief. I just wanted to say that really the true measure of the success of this program will be the number of actual housing units built to provide permanent housing. While there are solid goals and strategies in the staff report intended to support transition to permanent housing, it's how the council implements those goals and strategies that will tell the tale. So long as developers can avoid building units by paying in lieu fees, and so long as the council spends funds from the Housing Trust Fund on other purposes, there will not be enough low or very low income units built to actually have a lasting impact on those individuals and families. So if the city truly wants to be a leader in providing enduring solutions for our very low income residents and for our homeless, it needs to commit to actually getting more of those units built on the ground. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Zachariah Okenda.
Hi, Council Mayor. I wanted to just quickly say, Geraldine Harvey, I appreciate your comments as another community member. I think I actually am on the same page with a lot of the comments you made. I actually wanted to pivot though and talk about a little bit of a narrower issue that I didn't see really represented in the staff's report. So I'm wearing a hat aside from the community member and being a former community services commissioner, so I was able to give my input on the Let's House Hayward plan. But I wanted to share with council two things. So first, I'm an attorney and policy manager at Root and Rebound. It's a nonprofit legal organization that supports formerly and currently incarcerated people and their families who are system impacted by mass incarceration. And I wanted to point out that from the most recent data in 2019, we do know that the second most given response, for lack of a better word, for the primary reason for homelessness is incarceration and leaving incarceration and having nowhere to go upon reentry. So I wanted to mention that because a significant number of Hayward people, I think the figure was 13%. The 14% of unsheltered homeless folks had said that their primary reason was they lost their job. 13% it was because of incarceration. And I can promise you that it's higher than that number. And I bring this up because there are a significant portion of the population, more people than you think, have criminal arrest and conviction histories. And there are barriers, explicit barriers, that stop people from applying and that actually discriminate against them from getting housing that is available currently. So I only wanted to add, there is a bill currently going through the legislature. It is AB 328 by Assemblymember Chu. It's for reentry housing. The bill's purpose is to take money from prison closures and decarceration, hundreds of millions of dollars over time, is what was hopefully and intended, to share that money across cities and jurisdictions to provide reentry housing, supportive housing that will fund community-based organizations who are trauma-informed, really understand the needs of the impacted population. And, to take my work hat off, my professional hat off, personally, I've told council before, I'm somebody who is system impacted. My father and my brothers have been incarcerated. My younger brother, who's 21, has been homeless in Hayward and has lived in a storage unit in Newark. And one of the reasons for that had to do with his the barriers to housing because of a criminal conviction history that he had. So I raise this because, this is personal to me. There are opportunities for the city to maybe announce support for a bill like AB 328, which could help the city with funding goals in years to come. And I'll stop here because I see my time's up. But I do think that keeping in mind when you're deciding on residents and who is deserving, that we include people who are incarcerated as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Lacey Amadei.
Hello again, Council Mayor. This is Lacey Amadei, community organizer with the Hayward Community Coalition. So just calling in on this point, just looping back to the demands that we released today. Of course, one of the major ones is we want to see a major increase in funding for addressing homelessness issues. I just basically wanted to let you know that we are very enthusiastic and very supportive of putting resources towards homelessness issues. And I just wanted to just highlight something that has come up. We did notice that in the first discussion that you all had on the stimulus funds, it was suggested that perhaps all of the recommendations coming from the Policy Innovation Workshop could be covered by stimulus funding. I just want to let you know that, something that we're very sensitive to. One, we want to see funding increased to address homelessness services. And also we want to see, really reimagining and restructuring how we are carrying out public safety. But we're very sensitive to the fact that if everything is going to be covered by stimulus funding, we're worried that this is not going to be a permanent ongoing program. So something that we want to suggest is that, if it's necessary in order to put the necessary funds to cover, some of these suggestions that deal with homelessness and housing, that maybe those should come from the stimulus funds. But as far as other programs that get more at new public safety police alternatives, maybe those should come, from our budget. And I just want to just remind you all that what, advocates are looking for and what they're primarily concerned about, even though we're flexible about, where funding comes from, we want to see a commitment, a permanent commitment. And the other part of this is so many of you have said repeatedly that you are starting to come on board with reimagining public safety. A big part of what that means is having an equitable budget. And so when we're constantly, talking about the urgency to reforming how we're doing public safety, the big reason behind that is because of what is getting left out. And what is getting left out is services like this, adequate funding, to provide some of these solutions that we need that do take a lot of funds. So that is one of the reasons, and that's why one of our major demands this time around is to really increase funding for homelessness services. But I just want to again, what we're looking for is a permanent ongoing commitment from you all. And we are going to be looking closely at the decisions you make to say, is this a more equitable budget? Is this shifting funding away from, more lethal, less equitable public safety sources and towards something that is more life affirming, towards, where the community is going, even looking at the survey where 55% of survey respondents said they would support reallocating police budget funds towards funds like these. So thank you. I hope you can keep that in mind.
Yes, thank you. And next we have Teresa Resentes.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Great to see each of you. So I have spoken to Francisco a bit about some of the issues I'm going to address, not in great length. And since this topic is discussed tonight, I thought I could speak about it as well. So first of all, regarding the homeless, one of the main issues in addition to incarceration is mental health treatment of our homeless, because unless their mental health is addressed, the homelessness will not improve. So I'm strongly in favor of outpatient county services to treat the mental health condition of the homeless, whether it be medication for schizophrenia like lithium or alcohol rehabilitation. And if the person refuses treatment, then including the family, whether it be custody of this person or some kind of court-issued appointed member of their family to make decisions for this homeless individual if they refuse treatment. Second of all, faith-based services must be included because 12-step programs are most successful when a faith-based treatment option is included. The data proves this. For example, there's an organization in Birmingham, Alabama that has a lot of success, and I can send the council a link. It's called the Jimmy Hale Mission, and they receive funds from different church organizations. And and in addition to that, once the people are able to work and are off of drugs and alcohol or receive treatment for their schizophrenia, then they include work training programs for these individuals so that they can become permanently employed in a skill. And I'll yield back the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Alicia Lawrence, and her hand is the last one I see from members of the public. Alicia?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So this is Alicia Lawrence. I am a housing justice advocate with the Hayward Collective. And in reviewing the presentation and also the staff report, I was just surprised by the overall lack of policies, whether that's enacting new policies or revising existing ones in regards to addressing homelessness. I want to be sensitive to the fact that the need of unsheltered and homeless folks is different than those who are on the brink of homelessness. The need of unsheltered and homeless folks is different than those. Sorry. But part of addressing homelessness is keeping people housed. I am calling to support what Glenn and Roe had said regarding addressing the affordable housing ordinance and making those requirements in regards to building on site, make them more sound, make them raise the in lieu fees so that developers are pushed into building more units. And again, I know you all know that the Hayward Collective is really firm on wanting to ensure that the 5% rent increase is reduced. And we do feel that that is a mechanism to help reduce homelessness. But I'm just overall disappointed that there are no policies from this at all that are alternatives or other ideas as a way to address that part of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last hand raised, Madam City Clerk. Did we have any other members of the public that you're aware of who would like to make a comment?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any additional public comment speakers.
Okay, then I will close public comments on this item and thank everybody for their contributions, and we'll go to council questions and comments. This is a work session item, so we are not having any motions or voting tonight, but we'll start with Council Member Zermeño.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Monica, and thank you, not Geraldine. Yeah, Geraldine. Yeah. All right, my apologies. Amy, thank you, Amy. Anyway, the good comments from the public are, there are some very good ideas in there, so make sure that you include them in somewhere in the deliberations. On the vision statement, I would like to propose that you add the word regional so that it says be a regional leader. And I only saw the word regional in the staff report, I believe 3 or 4 times. I want to emphasize it. I want to emphasize the fact that this is a regional problem, not just a Hayward problem. So that's important. Let's see. So that's one. The goals are excellent. I really like those. I have heard, and one of the public commenters mentioned the fact that some folks are being bused over to Hayward. I've spoken to a few, and I've been told that our homeless are being brought over from other cities. So that's why, in my mind, it's not a Hayward only issue. It is a regional issue. So that's something that we need to fight. How many others will come? I don't know. There are a couple of things that are missing in the report. One of them is some kind of a language as to what we will do if a homeless person refuses help. So that's something that I've seen personally over at South Hayward Parish. There needs to be something that we will do or that can happen once we run into an individual or a family that does not want any help. Maybe they're going to move out. I don't know. That needs to be included somewhere. Today, there was a judge, federal judge, that ordered LA County and LA City to house every homeless individual in that city, in that county. All right. So if that were to happen in Hayward, and this is the other thing that's missing in the report. If that were to be ordered in Hayward, we have 487 homeless at the moment. What will it cost us to house every one of those individuals? I really would like to see some kind of a figure. 10,000 per person, 5,000 per person. I really have no idea how much it would cost. I know the navigation center, which is 45 people, is about $2 million per year. So that's something that I really would like to see, so that everybody knows if we're going to house 487 people, then it's going to cost us so much, and we need to then go to the county, to the state, and to the feds for these funds. And then, of course, as was also mentioned, we have folks who are in danger of losing their homes and could possibly be homeless. So then we have to also take those into account. How many are there? Can we do a study of that's hard enough. We have something, 49,000 households. How many of those 49,000 households are in danger of losing their home? All right, so I like one of the goals, the Tier 1 projects talks about establishing collaborations. Missing there was more work with the downtown streets team, and that's something that's positive because it does. A couple of those folks are homeless, and that's something that can help them. So I need to, again, emphasize the regional aspect to this. Let's see. What's also missing is of the 487 homeless that we have at the moment, how many are longtime Hayward residents? How many of them are women? How many of them are males? How many of them are youngsters? Let's see. With Zach mentioned that 13% of them are ex-prisoners. Who are the rest? What do they look like? I know there was a study done in 2019. Maybe that should be an amendment or an appendix to this particular project or program. Let's see. That's that. Okay. Projects, facilities. It only speaks about mini homes. Okay. I think we ought to also talk about container homes. We also need to talk about mini homes, maxi homes, and also container homes. The staff report also deals with encampment and with parking sites. All of those are going to need potty facilities, so we need to make sure that those are included in the works too. It's really sad. There was, I don't know if you remember, over at South Hayward Parish, they started allowing folks to park overnight, and it stopped because a couple of the homeless folks decided that they needed to do their services right in the parking lot, and that did not impress anybody. Let's see. I believe those are all of my comments. Please really emphasize the regional aspect of this, so that it's not just Hayward. One of the, if all of a sudden Hayward is the champion of battling homelessness and we have no homeless whatsoever, that means that more people will come over and more people will be bussed over. I want to see San Leandro. I want to see we have 102 cities in the Bay Area. We can certainly do a lot more. So let's be the leader of a regional aspect and convince all of the other cities to do what we are doing, because this is a very good plan. And thank you, Monica, and the rest of the team for actually doing a very good work on it. And for that, that's all for now. If I think of anything else, I'll come up later. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. And Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. So I want to go through the report, and I'll make either questions or comments as we go. The one thing I do want to say, while I completely support your comments, Francisco, about collaboration, both across the city and across the region, it's also important for us to remember that the majority of folks are on the street in any city, and Hayward is in no way different about this, came from Hayward. People live in Hayward. People are on the streets in Hayward for exactly the same reasons that they live in Hayward. They were born here, they went to school here, their families are here, they work here, et cetera. And so I really urge us to not reinvest in the narrative that if we build it, they will come. We are taking care of our own problem here. And I'm happy to talk further offline about that. But and in the light of taking care of our own folks, I don't have any issues with the word regional being in the vision statement. I'm also thinking about the word empowerment in the vision statement, and I have a little bit of draft language which I'll send over to staff as well. Thanks. And then in terms of the projects, obviously the existing projects are great. The one thing I want to add to that in our mindset is about really acknowledging that our nonprofit community, whether they be faith-based or not, are part of our infrastructure around addressing homelessness. And so as we think about going forward and having a coordinated response around homelessness, that not just be an internal working group. And I know I've talked about this before, and I'm still open to reasons why that doesn't work, but I think it doesn't necessarily have to be an added task force staff. When I think about this, what I think about is that the county is allocating money to convene mid-county conversations. The coordination center historically had some funding to do these regional convenings or Hayward convenings. Unfortunately, the BAC's new contract doesn't sound like they have that. But it used to be that nonprofits convened these conversations. And so just that the city absolutely has to be at the table. You don't have to be taking on the staffing of it. Just be at the table, be part of the conversation, and have folks on the street, have nonprofits at the table. I think that will help a lot in terms of dealing with by name list, by dealing with regional issues, et cetera. And then in terms of new projects, there's a lot of great stuff here. I think as we think about the money allocation and how we fund it, one of the things that comes to mind is kind of hearkening back to the conversation we had recently about the CDBG funding, et cetera, and really thinking about outcomes. I know a little bit about why this is, but as we think about, okay, I spend $2 million annually to get 70 individuals housed, and I get $1 million and I get 100 folks housed. And I realize those are different services and not equivalent outcomes by any stretch of the imagination, but thinking, and And there is no one size fits all in homelessness. Some folks really thrive in congregate, some folks thrive in individual, some folks thrive by shallow connections from the street, et cetera. And just what I hope we're coalescing to in doing this planning is what are the outcomes we as a city want to have? And then that I think will help us prioritize some of the funding. I think that's also reflective of what that sort of tug of war that we have at the CSC about continuing to fund programs versus innovation, et cetera. I had a question about the shallow subsidies. Can you speak briefly about what's the vision? How long would these subsidies happen? What happens when they end for a family? Or for somebody in housing? Tell me a little more about that, please.
Yeah, I can share a little bit more. So this is the model that we're looking at right now is actually a model that's being piloted in Oakland and is part of, I'm going to butcher her name, Diane, the physician from USF, who is really active in homelessness research. Her team is actually doing an evaluation of the program in Oakland right now. So we're looking at that closely to see from like a process standpoint, how it works, as well as an outcome standpoint, how it works. So that's the model that we're looking at. And without having the guidelines right in front of me at the moment, it's a small monthly subsidy payment. And we're looking at folks who are extremely low income and very high housing cost burden, where the stipend wouldn't even necessarily eliminate their cost burden, but bring it from like 50 to 40%, like just a kind of a drop in the bucket, but that it enables them to have some savings. And I think the pilot model is looking at a 12-month period, and that's what we are budgeting. And in terms of the transition, I think that is a thing that we would still need to look at and see how the Oakland model is doing it and what makes sense for our community and our resources as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate how data-driven your department's work is, and how tuned into that both of you, everyone in the department is, as well as, of course, the consultants for this project. I guess my thought about this is sort of bang for the buck, right? If I won't diminish the sense of relief that somebody may have for 12 months in having housing relief. And if at the end of the 12 months, we throw them back in the deep end of the pool and we haven't changed the situation, I have questions and qualms about that. And so, is that actually looking, are those subsidies about first and last to get into an affordable rental place? Is it about buying down something that then makes that unit affordable long-term? Would the property owner be willing to be open to deed restricting their place if we helped with rehab of the unit? What is it that might trade off to really create some long-term affordability for that? So I'll be interested in hearing more about that as you learn more as well. And then I think, and just checking my notes here, obviously the drop-in, the 24-hour drop-in centers makes me so happy. I mean, it's been a long time since folks in the community have been saying that we need this, and to be here now talking about strategic planning and to feel how concrete this is becoming and that we could make some of this stuff happen that we've talked about for a decade is really exciting. And I want to appreciate the work that's being done here. And I think with that, I will end. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your participation in this steering committee and for heading our Housing and Homelessness Task Force, along with Council members Salinas and Wahab. And we'll go to Council Member Salinas now.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to, first of all, I wanted to thank staff for this. This is a long process, and I know all of you have been, disciplined and committed to, making sure that this is truly an open inclusive, and democratic process. So I really want to acknowledge you and all of your work. I also wanted to let the community know that I'm listening. I continue to listen. This is not an issue that just started yesterday, and it's not an issue that I don't see being solved in the near future. And so I think we have to continue to listen to one another and talk to one another, and go through this process. And I, as a quiet observer in one of the listening sessions, I listened, and it was it was a good experience, and I was real pleased with what I participated in. The methodology, just a quick comment about methodology, is good. I think it's really good, and I don't know if you have a PhD or an EDD, Dr. Bloom, but I can assure you probably passed your methodology and approaches class with flying colors. So I thought the methodology was sound on this. So thank you very much. And I know methodological approaches are not done in a vacuum. I know it takes a team of people to sort of think things through and to execute it. So thank you, those involved. In terms of vision, I'll just answer, I'll answer your two questions, and then I do have a couple of comments I want to make. In terms of vision, yeah, I like it, and I'm pretty amenable to the comments that were made, and while I was looking at this report, and also while I was in the listening sessions, one of the observations I made was there wasn't a whole lot of discussion around policy, and that's part and parcel because, at least from what I was able to pull from the listening sessions, was right now there's a lot of folks just focused on what we need to get done right now that's in front of us. And folks aren't really thinking about policy. And I mean, I'm not saying that because they don't, that they're ignorant or they're, just not thinking about it. It's just that right now the issue is so in front of us and needs to get resolved that a lot of folks that aren't necessarily used to going through these types of processes and participating in these processes, they're not really thinking from a policy level. And so I have a comment about that in my later comments, but perhaps in the vision we put, through accessible, dignified treatment and services and policies. There are policies that we're making in the Housing and Homelessness Task Force. There are policies that we're making in, through the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. There are policies we're making through zoning and some of the other stuff that we're doing. So we're not taking our eye off that ball. So since we are doing that work and since we are in that space, we should have it reflected in the vision statement. So the vision statement I like. The goals, the goals are good. They're comprehensive. I'll just the one that I really the one I will highlight is the first goal number one, primarily because I think there is a good attempt for education, there's informed or ill-informed, everybody has an opinion on why people are homeless or why people are homeless. I mean, you can talk to, it's absolutely amazing the kinds of conversations I've had, out on the street and just, emails and people calling me and my correspondence with others. And I think that, we really need a campaign around, if the vision is to deliver compassionate and, accessible, dignified treatment, then, we should have, a citywide, a citywide understanding, right? And I get it. There's, we get the emails, and I know people are frustrated and they're upset, and they don't like folks, camping at the, at the Four Flags, and it's, we get the calls and we get the emails, and we hear the frustrations. But what's interesting is in all of those frustrations, there's two things I hear. People say, it's not that I'm not compassionate. It's not that I'm not, this. We just want folks to get served. We don't like to see folks, in the situation that they're in. And, so I think a good, dignified campaign around the plight and struggle of people that are experiencing homelessness, I think is a good thing. And what that looks like, I don't know, off the top of my head right now, but I think it is, that's something that I'm sure we could benefit. So I do like goal 1 because of that focus. So let me, and then goal 2 and 3, they're good. I think they're comprehensive, and I think, I'll continue to see how that sort of shakes out as we go through this process. But there's 3 points I want to make, just big macro points. The first point is that, there is a difference between policy and programs and services. And we know that. And so perhaps as this report, firms up, that there is a section in here that, outlines, some of the policy directions that we have taken to, develop a higher density, build more very low or low income, or, so those kinds of things, right? And then, parsing out programs and services, because I think, staff, we have been thinking about that, and I know staff has certainly been putting these things together, and I think we have been going down that track. So I'd like to see this report mirror that. The other thing is, I do agree, and I've spoken to, Mr. Kirby and his wife. And, I'll tell you, I'll never forget, when I first ran for city council, and I'll never forget, I walked into, there was a house party, and there was about, 25, good neighbors sitting in a living room, and they start asking me questions. And, out of my right side, I got the question, what's your philosophy on density, Mark? And I was like, well, I'm a medium to high density guy, and you might have, I might as well said something so horrible. And so, it was so weird. The tone and the tenor in the room just completely flattened. And because there was a mood of no density, right? It was a mood of no middle or no medium or high density. And so, we've come a long way over the last, over the years that I've been on the council, we've come a long way. And I think discussions are certainly evolving, and to see, older Hayward residents, folks that have lived in Hayward for a long time, now talking about medium to high density. That's a big shift in a period of time in this city that I'm pleased to hear. So absolutely. I think that's something that I've been supportive of, and I'm certainly on record on supporting policies like that. And then my last 2 points will be this: don't let the county off the hook. There's a lot of, there's measures that we as voters have voted on as a county. And I would also argue, although I'm not looking at the data in front of me, but I would argue that a lot of the measures that support housing policy, a lot of these measures, I would assume that Hayward, South County carried on the votes. And so it would only be right, and it would only be justified is it that Hayward gets its fair share of county dollars for housing and homelessness, and across the board. And so anyway, don't let the county off the hook, and I'm sure you're going to continue fighting for that. And lastly, I want to just, it's in terms of the funding. We have all these funding sources, and I just want to just caution council that we have stimulus money coming. We have the parcel proceeds coming in. Every time we have policy discussions like this, the parcel proceeds are always put out there as something that we can spend for something, right? And so these dollars are they're not infinite, and they're not they're very they're limited. And so as I work through this report, and as we get further through this process, I will be looking at how we can afford these things. And I'm not going to get into what to move now and what to cancel now and move later, but I hope that whatever we do, particularly in the policy environment, that we do have money for it. It is sustainable, and that we are very mindful and are not reckless with our reserves. So with that, I'm probably over my 7 minutes, and I apologize.
It's a big topic, so yeah.
Chime in because Councilmember Salinas hit on a point that I just want to sort of amplify. This plan is ideal. Like the solutions that we're coming up with would be like, if we could do everything in the world that we wanted to do to solve homelessness, this is kind of like the bucket list. And I just want to, I hate to be the city manager sort of like downer, but that's my job. We're not going to be able to afford all of this. And I need to be really realistic with the council about that there is not going to be enough money to do everything in this plan. And so there is going to have to be some tough conversations about priorities and where are our dollars best spent, and also a lot of pressure from the council on the county around funding for these programs. And so I think the important thing, and I know in the preparation of this plan, it's hard to apply for outside funding if you don't have a plan that's very well thought through and thought out. So I'm incredibly grateful to the team for putting this plan together, because that is going to position us well to be competitive for funding opportunities. But I just need to be very clear with the council that there's never going to be enough money, and we're going to have to make tough choices. And so I just need to make that statement. So thank you to the team for the plan. It's a lot of great work, and I just want to amplify that as well.
All right. Thank you for that sobering. No, you are right. Money isn't unlimited, but I can assure you, Councilmember Salinas, that the city manager and I are both very much as part of the mayors and city managers group of the county, on the county, to be responding to us cities. So with dollars, and we have had some success, so Councilmember Wahab is next. Our third, in the third in a row, our third member of our homelessness and housing task force. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the staff report as well as the presentation. I do want to make my points pretty quick. This is a work session, so it's not like we're going to vote on it just yet. as a person who has worked with the homeless population and also those that are kind of on the fringes of becoming homeless, I do want to highlight that we need to actually plan our strategies around the demographics that we serve. The majority of homeless people, as I've mentioned in previous meetings, are white people, then Black people, then Latinos, then Asians. And I do want to highlight that because it does influence how we do outreach, how we communicate with folks, and how they feel. If you talk to a lot of our homeless individuals here in Hayward, many of them have talked about how they believe that they are being discriminated against because of their actual race, which I was a little surprised to hear so continuously talking to different folks. So I do want to highlight that. Also, male versus female. Services towards males versus servicing females is very different, as well as single individuals, couples, and married, let's say, I'm going to say families instead. How that works out, how the shelter opportunities are limited. You do have significant concerns around that. So I do want to highlight that. And those with children. It is significantly difficult to find a shelter that will allow for children and families and so forth. The reason why I bring that up is because when we talk about domestic violence, and I think you guys know I've worked a lot in domestic violence. When somebody separates in a domestic violence situation and they're, let's say, haven't worked in a while because of the controlling aspects of those types of intimate relationships, they're struggling to find housing, they're struggling to find a job, and they're also struggling legally to see if they do have children, to seek custody of those children and so forth. So I do want to highlight that. That is a significant concern of mine that I will always update and highlight. The other piece is that a lot of these shelters are temporary. I would like to see a more permanent, if not long-term, solution to our housing crisis. And that means, for example, our transitional aged youth shelter that we just voted on a couple of weeks ago, it's roughly about 45 days, right? And so when we are providing any funding, and I know I've talked to our assistant city manager and our city manager on this regarding our economic development strategy as well. If we are providing any funding, any support to any of the nonprofits, we have to have higher standards for these nonprofits and the outcome that we expect from these nonprofits. That is a high criteria I want the city to kind of embrace. And what I mean by this is that if there's a nonprofit, and I do agree with the comments made earlier that nonprofits have to do the work, we focus more on the policy piece of it. And if we are, let's say, engaging in some capacity, and we have these metrics and merits of, who are we working with, what is their initial income and status when they arrive to a shelter, what is the services being provided, and what is the outcome? And the outcome, I want it more on a longitudinal study, in a sense that, so after the 45 days, what else is there as possibilities? And Dr. Cole Bloom, I think that you understand what I'm talking about. So in a year from now, 2 years from now, even up to 3 years, what is the status of those individuals being served, right? Do they still have housing? Are they in Alameda County, if not in Hayward? Do they need additional support services? Do we have wraparound services for these individuals, right? Are we making sure that, to some of the callers that were commenting on mental health and things like that, I do want to make sure that it's not just one nonprofit, but there's a collective partnership in all the nonprofits and all their expertise that they offer and providing wraparound services. So I do just want to highlight that that is the program I envision. I do not want Band-Aid services because, let's be honest, we can do that all day and it's still, just a significant amount of money going into it and no true outcome that's positive, right? I know in my previous work with DV victims, they tended to, be shuffled from one shelter to the next shelter to the next shelter over the course of 6 months or so. And that creates a lot of instability as well, not only for their jobs, but then also, can I do this? Can I do that? As far as warming shelters, I'm not opposed to providing more support to our shelters. However, I do want to highlight some of the homeless individuals that I spoke to. There's significant concern around warming shelters or these type of temporary shelters. It's that it's late night till early morning. They have to pack all their stuff up in a garbage bag or a suitcase and then be out on the street at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And many of them have said that it's incredibly hard, right? That does not provide stability. They're wondering what are they going to do with their stuff? How do they, take care of themselves if they have younger children? A lot of things like that. So more so than a warming shelter, I want a 24/7 shelter that they can stay in and leave, feel like they have, at least some stability to potentially look for a job, services, employment coordination, things like that. So I do want to just highlight that. When we talk about homeless individuals, it's not just the fact that the majority of them have actually lost a job or something like that. But I'm going to give an example, and I'm going to use a fake name. There's an individual named John that I see regularly, and he is one of the homeless individuals that many people have complained about in the area that I'm thinking of. He throws feces at people, is very hard to communicate with, doesn't have clear, coherent sentences, things like that. And he's often alone. And I wanted to know his backstory and, see what we could do. And what I learned was that this individual was a Hayward resident, completely average guy, went to high school, did the whole nine, anything that we can think of as a friend or a brother, a cousin, something like that. And he had a TBI. I asked, what is a TBI? Not familiar with the TBI. Traumatic brain injury. And because of that, he doesn't function the way he used to. And so when I want to talk about homelessness, I really want to put context to it, that it could be literally any one of us in a car accident, in a football game, whatever the case may be, it can be that. So I really want people to understand, our homeless individuals are our neighbors, are our friends, are our cousins, our family members, so forth, brothers and sisters and so forth. So I just want to put a little context in the human aspect of our homeless concerns and trying to do a little bit more. I do think that, and I wanted our assistant city manager on the line for this particular call or request, how should I say this? The policy that I'm very much interested in is the tenant's rights of first refusal. And I know that you have mentioned multiple times that, we want a robust strategy, program, and policy around it. But I also just want to see if there's potentially a partnership between the CLT model, the community land trust model that many residents have asked for, potentially being tied into something like that.
Good evening. I guess what we are proposing is to look at a tax defaulted foreclosure program where properties that are that are being tax defaulted or in foreclosure, that the city might partner with a land trust or with a nonprofit affordable housing developer and help to acquire those, potentially using some funds from the stimulus. And that's something that we'll talk about next week, where those units could be purchased and then deed restricted for affordable housing or as a land trust model. So we are looking at that type of model. And usually those would be vacant properties. So then you're working to kind of place someone from the community in those units in Hayward. And so that is what we're looking at. It will take a little longer. It is a totally new program. So I think we're recommending, with all the things we want to do in terms of allocating some of our local trust funds, all the housing recovery programs that we'll be talking about a little more next week on the stimulus. I don't think it's something we're going to be able to implement immediately, but it is on the books. It's something we're thinking about and talking about with the land trust, the Eden Land Trust, and that we are looking at that program.
Perfect. And I just want to continue to highlight that because that is very important to me. It's one of the safety nets that we can consider. In regards to, and I just want the public to understand that housing, some people believe, rent control is bad for housing. Some people believe building too much is bad for housing. Some people believe building too little is bad for housing. Housing is a nuanced issue where it has to have a multi-tiered approach. And so right now what we are talking about is, programs and projects that I do consider like immediate fix. I do not think these are policies that will change significantly, but these are small steps that, should happen, but it won't change the fact that people are losing income, losing their jobs, and so much more. 3% of the homeless population, based on our last point in time count, stated that they do not want services or do not want help. Those are an incredibly small amount. So I do want to highlight that. In regards to Tier 1, the annex extension, I would like to see if that's a permanent program that we can partner with. I think that so far, I've actually visited the annex. The rooms are basically hotel rooms. You have your king and queen bed as well as twin beds. It's potentially a good fit also for families. It's a private room. Our homeless navigation center is literally to describe it, a container with multiple cots with roughly about 20 plus people in the container. So sometimes it doesn't allow for privacy, especially if we have different genders in the room or young people. People don't feel safe. And one of the complaints amongst the women in my interactions with the homeless population was that they also are very concerned with human trafficking, which is a growing concern in Alameda County. And it's not something that we often think about at the forefront of talking about homelessness. The women have stated to me, Aisha, I just want to highlight who's really going to report that a homeless person didn't show up or went missing or will file a police report. And those are legitimate concerns that these women tend to have. And I do believe it's completely valid. To one of the callers who talked about less police interaction, I do believe that our district command unit does a fairly decent job. I personally saw it, but I also agree that these handful of specialized officers are not necessarily going to be able to reach out to all the homeless population. So hopefully on Monday, we can see and learn a little bit more about what are some of the things. I know I've asked for mental health and homeless calls to be, the outreach to be done by our fire department, who are all trained paramedics. So I do just want to highlight that I do appreciate the path we're going. For Director Ott, I would appreciate a little bit more policy as we move forward, because again, these are temporary. So I want to see long-term city fixes. Again, the student housing thing that was also listed for the Tier 2 model. I know we have another item on the economic development plan regarding, student housing. So I'm excited about that. We did receive in the middle of this meeting, we received an email talking about student and housing, which I also think student/teacher housing. I have a certain feeling about tiny homes. I just feel like it's not enough bang for my buck, if you will, right? With the amount of investment, the land that's needed, things like that. People feel differently. I understand that. I'm not opposed to it. It's just, I'd like to see larger projects happening. I do appreciate the fact that you guys included the parking, the RV station. I know I've emailed you guys in regards to if we can identify a parking lot where we can potentially house some of these people to get out of certain neighborhoods and have resources allocated to them in this particular parking lot. It's a safe zone. They're not going to get cited. Their cars aren't going to get towed, things like that. I would also like to extend that to tents and have people be able to put their tents up. I also think that safety and services should be a priority when we're discussing that particular item. And then obviously I know we're going to get, some interest as to where that location is. And then goal 3, I just want to highlight that, zoning is of interest. I know that we have talked about zoning as being a concern. Zoning, streamlining, permitting. I will say that even with our tax defaulted property project or down payment assistance project and a lot of what we're doing around housing, we should be partnering even on the first right of refusal with our realtors with our developers and our housing partners, because like I said, it's a multi-pronged effort. I think that a work session potentially with these different groups that provide housing should be coordinated, maybe you guys first before it ever comes to us, to really talk about who can we partner with in the city of Hayward. There are banks, there are, philanthropic centers that are interested in housing. I know our real estate partners have also talked about this as well with me, just literally over the past week. So I do just want to highlight that. And those are my high level comments. Obviously, I can provide more, but I think that's enough. And I really, again, appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I want to tell the public that you guys have worked incredibly hard on a lot of this. I do also think that, I want to see policies. We are policymakers, so hopefully we can do that. So thank you guys so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. That definitely set the record for so far here, but it is a big topic, I understand. So Councilmember Marquez is next.
Mayor, I think Councilmember Andrews may have had her hand up first.
Okay, you're appearing above her on my list, but we'll go to Councilmember Andrews then. Which one of you wants to say?
Who went first? I wasn't tracking it. Sorry.
It was actually you, Councilmember Marquez.
Then I'll go. Sorry, I was looking to see. Okay. So I agree with most of the comments made by my colleagues in terms of the vision. I do agree wholeheartedly that this does need to be a regional discussion. We need more resources, not only from the county, from the state, from the feds. We need to leverage as much money that's available out there to address these issues. I know that this is draft form. I appreciate everyone who participated in the discussion, staff's work on it, the Homeless and Housing Committee members. I know they've been very active in these discussions. For me, a priority is to prevent people from being displaced and living on the streets. So I really like the first goals and the funding to help stabilize housing for individuals so they can maintain their home. That's going to be key. One low-hanging fruit that I really don't see being discussed, and if I missed it, I apologize, but I want to see us utilizing our nonprofits. I know at one point we had a list of all the subsidized housing complexes in Hayward with specific information. Is the wait list open? What's the age criteria? So I'd like to see that information be updated and current. I've also been advocating for the RENUM numbers to be listed on all housing development so we could closely track where we at with meeting those numbers. So I would ask that we partner with a nonprofit to update that list and provide an informational meeting for the community to help educate the community in terms of what are the housing resources. Section 8 wait lists, I believe, is closed. And even if it is open, it takes people 10, 20 years to get on it. So just sharing that education, obviously that's not helpful. That's not a viable resource, but giving people accurate information is going to be key, and encouraging individuals to get on housing wait lists. One of the things that really, really disturbs me and saddens me is I see people that I went to high school with that are unsheltered. I spent time volunteering at our warming shelter early on with the COVID pandemic. I got to see firsthand these people have a story. Some of these people are still working. They need a place to sleep and shower, and we got to do whatever we can to help them be as self-sufficient as possible. And we do have to honor their unique situation. I was in discussion with somebody this week, and this person is living in a motorhome, but they would not be a good fit for the navigation center because of their mental health condition. They just can't cohabitate with other individuals. So that would be someone that's appropriate for the navigation annex. So we have to have a model to meet the need of the individuals. And I do agree with Councilmember Zermenio. I know the number is very low, the individuals that don't want help, but what are we going to do? How can we tackle that? Is it a hotel voucher? Is it subsidizing rent. We have to figure out what's going to be the best fit for that individual. So I know these discussions are early on. I appreciate everyone's input. Look forward to them coming back to the council. We are going to have to prioritize. I understand we don't have funding to implement all these policies, but the policies that we have implemented in the last 3 to 4 years are hopefully going to help lessen the impact of more people being unsheltered. There's more work to be done in that area, but I think the city has taken on a leadership role in trying to address it. It's clearly not enough, but we need all hands on deck to resolve this issue, and also want to see partnerships with surrounding cities. If we are going to expand the navigation center, is there partnership opportunity with Union City, San Leandro, unincorporated, Hayward, Castro Valley, our surrounding communities, and just share the information that is available in terms of the shelter at South Hayward Parish on Gadding Road, as well as First Presbyterian. Getting that information out to the public is going to be key. And also just what was said earlier about empathy. We have to really be careful with our language. And on Monday, I participated in the GARE training with the library commissioners. And what I really liked about that presentation is they define different terms. So I think as we continue to further have this discussion, we need to define the terminology so we're all on the same page. Honestly, I'm struggling. I prefer to say the word unsheltered. I know homeless is used, it's more common, but can we be educated on that? What is the appropriate term to be using to be respectful and sensitive to the individual's experience? So those are just some early comments. Thank you for the good work. And I know there's a lot more to do, but I think this is a good start. It's clearly just draft form, but I appreciate all the work that's been done up to this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you. Thank you to staff as well as the callers who called in and gave a lot of great ideas and mentioned a lot of great points. I want to acknowledge that I agree with having a call out to regional, national, and state support, as these are all entities that are part of the solution that need to come to the table. So definitely want to call all three of those entities out. And then many people are from Hayward that are unsheltered, but we also need to figure out how we can partner with the hospitals and see how we can work with them, because I don't know the percentage of unshelters that are being dropped off at hospitals, but maybe they could help with figuring out what we can do to get them more support and before they come, before they are released from the hospital, to see what kind of support will be needed. I also want to call out that I didn't see anything about people who are unhoused that have pets, and that's one of the reasons why they may not want to go to a shelter or cannot go to a shelter, or the living situation may not fit with them. So if there's any information about how we can help people who need animals as part of their emotional support, especially during this difficult time for them, how we can help them. Also agree with a lot of the other comments about wanting to see partnerships with nonprofit developers, colleges, churches, and Hayward Unified. And if we can, Hayward Unified has a lot of property, and maybe we can look at another potential partnership on doing another shelter that could address some of their students' needs and family needs. I also think we should also look at our boards and commissions. When I was on Keep Hayward Clean and Green, one of the things that we've done in terms of trying to help people who were experiencing homelessness was we started to partner with Downtown Streets team and help them with providing more opportunities for them to obtain gift cards in order for them to be part of the program and help them increase their hours. And then it helped them eventually find job placement, home placement. So I would think that something with the Personnel Commission, Community Services Commission, obviously, but every commission should see what their role can be in addressing this issue. So I would definitely encourage that. And obviously, GARE will also be looking at the numbers. One of the things, this is more of a presentation issue that I had, was that it was really hard for me to look at the colors in certain screens. So if that's something that you can just like check on, because the greens were very close together, but I do want to highlight that it was a very informative slide. I took a lot from that, and hopefully Gary is going to be looking into that further on what is driving the issues there, on how we're seeing these percentages. And hopefully we can get some more information on that. And I agree with Councilmember, I can't remember who made the comment of prevention. It might have been Councilmember Marquez, is that we do need to focus on prevention and figuring out how we can support small homeowners who rent out to people who are renting, as well as renters, and figuring out how we can get more funds from the state and national government to make sure that we can keep people in their homes and in rentals. So those are the things that I want to highlight. So you all did a great job. I understand this is, just the first stab at this. So I look forward to seeing more policies that will be presented based off these comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to echo your comment about the colors in the charts, that sometimes it's just very difficult to tell that one green from the different green. But anyway, I think we try and we figure it out. So that brings us to me, and I do want to thank council, and I know I do ask people to keep their comments succinct, but this is probably one of the most important topics we have addressed this year so far. I think, and almost everything we do is pretty important, but this, as we know, and as many people have said tonight, this is not just a Hayward problem. It is, it's probably a national problem. It is a national problem, but it is especially right now a regional problem in the Bay Area region. And, I can say that, first of all, I will assure you that both the city manager and I are really involved in working with our colleagues in other cities in Alameda County to work together to get funding for the issues that we know we need from the county, and cooperation from the county on a lot of these issues. We meet almost monthly in a working group with other mayors and city managers to talk about these issues and bring in people, experts, people at the last, the Everyone Home organization that does the annual count, or had been doing that, and a lot of other things. So they serve as the continuum of care regarding, where individuals should be placed. So we are working with our fellows, certainly with our fellow cities in Alameda County, and through being on the executive board of ABEG, I can also say that, the region is working on this. And I think that one thing I would like to ask staff to do, and I know that you do because we talk about it a lot, is really keep your eye on what ABEG and MTC are doing especially with Plan Bay Area 2050, and some of the policies in there that could help a lot to provide some funding on a regional basis for some of these issues. And one in particular that I have been, and I'm going to continue to champion, is I don't know that this deals as much with the issue of people who actually don't have homes at all, but still it is important that more people are able to buy houses rather than just rent. It builds wealth. It's something that's come out in terms of the equity issues that we have in our society, that when people of certain races were not allowed to buy in certain neighborhoods, that has led to long-term consequences in wealth accumulation in our country. And so we need to take some measures to try to counter that. And I'd like to see really pushing for funding provided on a regional basis to set up a home loan home lending, more, you know what I'm talking about. Mortgage lending program in the region that could help people who might not otherwise qualify for regular bank loans to get the funds to buy that first house. And but as far as this plan, I do also thank everybody for the work on this plan, and I think all of the three of the Tier 1 projects are very good, and as well as the Tier 2 projects, and especially with the Tier 2 projects, I think the idea here is one size does not fit all, as has been said, and that is definitely true. And I know that all of us have been out and talked to a lot of people who are living on our streets now, and we all have different ways that we have through the years, learned about it. Mine was 20 years ago and more. I was on the board of FESCO, one of our shelter providers. And I could say, Councilmember Wahab, that, yes, it is designed as a temporary shelter, but like most of the others, the goal is to get people who, have been without shelter into a permanent housing situation, however long that takes. And in fact, FESCO, when I was on the board, developed its multi-tiered, so that they have one that's actually a shelter with just bedrooms that are often shared, but then they had two other levels, a sort of, I forgot what they called the next step shelter. What is that called, Councilmember Lemon?
The transitional housing.
The transitional level, which was a little more private, a little more services, but still some communal, like kitchen, and then finally into permanent affordable housing. And so that is the goal of the shelters, to to provide support while people are kind of getting their act together. And I'm really proud of having been a part of FESCO. Another thing they did that I think is really important is keeping in touch with the residents after they moved out, and having annual community events like around holidays and summertime activities for the kids that had been had been with these families, living with families. One of the things unique about FESCO was that it provided shelter for families with children, not just women. And there aren't a lot of shelters that do allow men and women together, but the key there was children. So I saw that happening, and I think it has been a good model in our community as far as the shelter experience and, the staying in touch, the developing a sense of community. All of that's important. And I think some of the things have been talked about tonight about making our population understand homelessness better, understand the issues around these. And I do feel, and as Councilmember Salinas said, many people do express that they understand, but there's still frustration. And I think probably every one of us has felt it too at times about certain things happening out, on our streets that are not helpful for, people who are trying to patronize our businesses, let's just say. And so, but we need to work together as a community. So I favor, getting community people involved, and people are ready to do that. I think people are ready to step up and help in a variety of ways. Let's see. Yeah, and also the lived experience, getting people with a lived experience, getting their input is very important. And I'm glad to see that's been included. And also tying these services to other services, or connecting people with job training, or even, actual job opportunities. We had talked about some of the use of our stimulus funds. And I think one of the ideas was to, provide temporary jobs for people who have lost jobs during the pandemic to, help them get back in line. And let's see. Well, I just think keeping an eye on the potential. There will be regional funding coming, I can assure you, through the Plan Bay Area 2050 and the work that ABAG in particular is doing around housing. We know that, we are getting money right now through federal stimulus, but there's also the infrastructure bill, whatever they're calling it now. They call it something different every day, it seems. But, there is an infrastructure bill, hopefully really coming this time. That's not passed yet, but and I think there'll be money there too. There's money coming from the state. So we just have to keep our eye out for all of this and be ready. And as the city manager, I think it was the city manager pointed out, what we're doing now is really important in that effort, because when we have a plan and we show, and we also have proven, that we have, we have already done a lot around this issue. The navigation center was big, and its expansion. So we can represent ourselves as an agency that is well qualified to receive that funding, and we'll know what to do with it and put it to good use. So with that, I'll just stop there, but a lot of good comments. I hope that we have given you, what you need to the staff. Councilmember Wahab, did you want to say something else?
Just one quick question. There's people on the call, and our housing activists always ask this. To Assistant City Manager Ott, do you just want to highlight when we're going to potentially discuss the adjustment in the percentage for affordable housing in our ordinance?
Yes. So because we're, as I mentioned already, in addition to trying to allocate funds from our local trust fund to get affordable housing projects built quickly, we are also now talking about the programs that we might be able to fund through stimulus to help with COVID recovery. But we are planning on having a work session with the task force towards the end of next fiscal year. So is what we're shooting for, because we haven't even implemented the full policy enough to be able to even evaluate it. So that will give us time to evaluate the current policy. We can also really have a robust conversation about increasing the percentage can also disincentivize housing construction by making it more expensive, which it already is pretty expensive. Providing on-site affordable housing can actually, if a lot of our units being built right now in our market rate are higher end of home ownership townhomes. So then if you don't collect more fees, then that and the fees are going towards more vulnerable rental housing. So we have to be careful. I mean, changing the policy is a big deal and has potential implications on the type of housing that gets built, affordable housing gets built. So we just want to make sure you have all the information and can make an informed policy decision. We don't want to rush that. But we do plan on bringing that back next fiscal year to the task force for discussion.
Perfect. And I just want to highlight something that the mayor said, and it was in my notes, and I completely skipped over it for some reason. All the city policies in regards to housing, any type of exclusionary zoning policies, racial covenants, redevelopment, urban renewal policies, and policies designed to displace people of color, as well as federal banking regulations and overall redlining as a whole. I hope, and I'm sure you've done this, but if we've done an analysis over all of our policies, since you are technically also the director of housing, if we can just highlight that and make sure that whenever we do have our housing ordinance come forward, that we make sure that we highlight all of this and a lot of the outdated /racist whatever negative housing policies we have in place, if we can remove them. I'm not sure exactly, obviously we have a significant amount of work to do, but if we can just highlight that as staff goes through a lot of that.
I can speak. Just the GARE cohort has been doing a lot of research into these issues, and that's part of the work that they are working on. But I think as we don't have the bandwidth to comprehensively go through everything and search and make sure that we've caught everything, but as soon as we see something that obviously that gets updated.
Just flag it as we move along.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, the challenge is, there's a lot of older subdivisions who might not have updated, CC&R documents and things like that. So I think this is going to be, something that's going to have to happen over time. Obviously, those policies aren't legal. So, we don't enforce them, but we need to clean up the language anyway. So
cool. So as long as we move forward in this regard. So thank you.
The only other, I was just going to quickly say, in the housing element, we will be talking a lot about the history of those policies when we do that work with the community, so that we can be really thinking about our housing policies going forward and how we're trying to really, understand them within the historical context of some of the issues that you brought up. So we are doing some of that work as well.
Definitely. And it shouldn't be in place today. So.
And my cat, Tad, just reminded me that I was going to say that I think, was it you who brought that up, Aisha, that pets actually are allowed at our navigation center, aren't they? Yeah. So got that covered. All right. With that, I think we are ready to close this topic for now, but it's not the end. This was a work session, and I imagine that some of these things will be brought back. And really, I think all of us, I speak for all of you, all of my colleagues on the council, in thanking everybody involved in putting this together. I know, it just took a lot of meetings and long hours, and just really appreciate the work of staff and the community people who worked on this. And so hope that good things come out of it. And with that, we're going to now move on to item number 10, which is our...
Do a time check. I just want to make sure it's almost 10 after 10 and there's still two pretty substantial items on the agenda.
Yes, I was thinking about that. And especially given that on item number 11, we didn't get one key, or at least it wasn't very accessible. I have heard that some people actually managed, Madam City Clerk, to actually get in a different way the annotated council handbook from item 11 by, I forget what, it was Councilmember Lambda, and you downloaded it or something. I don't know. It was, what did you do with it?
Went to the Legistar website. And where the agenda packet was.
Yeah. So anyway, given that didn't come out for everybody until today, or at least I know we all didn't get to see that red line version. Perhaps we could agree now to postpone that item to a future meeting. Is there anybody who strongly objects to that? That was a yes. That was a agree, not disagree, right, Councilmember Zermano?
Yes, we can postpone it. Yes, that was.
All right. I think at this time.
Number 10, you said?
No, number 11. Actually, number 11 is the one I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting we go ahead with number 10 right now.
Yeah. Okay.
We have all the information with that, and then we do have the two informational items at the end, but
those are not presentations. So those are simply a packet as information. So there's no presentation planned for either.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Discuss those.
All right. So if there's no objections, we will proceed with item number 10, and then we will move item number 11 regarding the council retreat follow-up and further discussion regarding council referrals and other sections of the city council handbook to a future meeting. So with that, we will go to item number 10, which is a strategic roadmap update. And I'm just going to turn this over to the city manager to start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. And as the council remembers, the council had a work session in February to provide to have staff provide some feedback on modifications to the strategic roadmap due to the COVID responses. And then the council had an opportunity to reprioritize. We hope we have captured all of the dot voting that happened on that lovely Saturday in February. And I'm going to turn it over to Mary Thomas, the management analyst in the city manager's office, to go through the presentation for us. Thank you. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, guys. And thanks for having me this evening. And I will hopefully be fairly brief. I'm going to share my slides now. Give me a second. Great. So just again, we last saw this item in February, and a brief reminder: you adopted the roadmap last January 2020. Then we had many events in 2020 that caused staff to create some working groups to go back and make some proposals to revise timelines and add projects. And so we presented those to you in February 2021 at the council retreat, and then took all the feedback from that retreat, and staff really reassessed projects based on council's feedback, and has come up with some proposals that I'm going to go over tonight. So some high-level themes from the retreat. Just overall, we heard that council members did not object to extending certain project timelines to account for all the challenges in 2020. And then also we heard a lot of appreciation for staff's hard work during this difficult year. So thanks for that. There's a lot of data attached to this staff report, and I am going to spare you tonight. I'm not going to go over most of it. Attachments 2 and 3 to this report kind of provide a detailed summary of the council votes and all the feedback at the retreat. And I want you to know that the teams for each priority did read through that entire report from Civic Makers and look at the dot voting, so we really can understand where council wants us to prioritize. Next slides. So based on the dot voting, staff went back, and in general, the votes were fairly well aligned with the proposed strategic revised roadmap timeline. In general, there were 57 projects that received 3 or more council votes. So we kind of considered those priority projects. And of those, 51 of them are already being implemented right now, or will be implemented in the next 12 months. We are recommending some minor edits to the timeframes of 19 projects to kind of either move them up or account for council feedback. And those were listed in attachment 4. I'm not going to go through them now unless you guys have specific questions. We all are, so if you have any basic feedback, staff is curious to hear your thoughts, although it is getting late tonight. So if you want to think about it more, about continuing some of the temporary programs that opened up during COVID, like the temporary permit programs for outdoor dining or outdoor gathering or business activities. So if you have any thoughts on that, we'd love to hear them. So as I mentioned, again, 51 of 57 priority projects are happening this year or next year. There are 6 that will happen in year 3, or staff is recommending to happen in year 3 or after year 3. And these are due to kind of competing priorities. There's some unforeseen environmental and permitting issues for La Vista. So staff is working on it, just isn't able to move faster. And then some other things like upgrading the city network speed. That project is budgeted, but it's not budgeted for until fiscal year 23, so I can't start working on it yet. We also wanted to highlight that in the at the February retreat, staff presented kind of the proposed equity work related to the GARE work and the diversity, equity, and inclusion work that the city is working on. Part of that was that each department head has been asked to select a project from the strategic roadmap or related to the strategic roadmap to do a racial equity lens analysis. And there are GARE members assigned to each department head to work on these. I'm not going to read through these right now, they're in the staff report, but these are the current projects that are being worked on. And we'll have, I'm sure, a report out after about a year of work on these. And then finally, staff presented the 2040 general plan annual progress report to council on March 16th, and some council members expressed a desire to connect those 2 plans. So we took the staff effort of providing a cross-reference document, and then we'll continue to update that with both the plans and present those moving forward. So next steps, staff will prepare any needed revisions based on your feedback tonight, and they'll return to council along with the budget adoption. And then this revised document will be included in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. And then the next progress report you'll see on the roadmap will occur in early 2022 as part of the mid-year budget process. We're really trying to tie our updates for the strategic roadmap to budget. And those are all my slides.
Very good. Thank you.
Sharing.
So I'm going to go first to public comment. on this item, but I don't see any hands raised. I'll open the public comment period. It is, and Madam City Clerk, you aren't aware of anyone needing or wishing to speak on this?
No, Madam Mayor, we have only 3 attendees and.
Yes. So, and none of them have raised their hands. And okay, so I'm going to close public comment and now go to council members' comments and Council Member Salinas.
Yeah, I promise I'll be real brief. I as I was looking through this and I was looking at, I was paying attention to the red font, and I was trying to say, okay, in all of the categories, I was like, okay, everything that has like a 3 or higher, of all of us that are agreed, I think it's pretty safe to say that, those are things that we should be working on. And, I think, you're not going to get any disagreement. I wouldn't think. I mean, I'm sure there might be a few, but so, so generally speaking, I think the how you sorted these by the amount of council members who expressed, they want to focus on it. I think it mirrors with what we all sort of suggested. So there's that. The one area I just really want to, comment on, and I think you've already brought this up, Ms. Thomas, is, the economy. It's really, we have to, one nice little, glimmer of hope I have been noticing. I don't know if anyone else has been noticing this. I know Councilmember Andrews has been posting a lot of this on social media, but, a lot of, there's a lot of retailers, local retailers that are hiring. I've been talking to some friends of mine who own restaurants, and they can't find enough, cooks, bussers, servers. I mean, across the restaurant, they're having a very difficult time finding people. And what I was thinking was, and I certainly don't want to add more work, but somewhere in here, maybe you can sort of attach or add to it about having some kind of a local job, like a local listing of some kind of sort, where everyone who in Hayward is hiring, that they just send it to one central place in the city, whether it's economic development, I don't know, but if it's not feasible, I wouldn't really, you don't have to do it. But if there is a system where people can go to, say, on the city website, or if local merchants can post, that they're hiring, I don't know, but for me, the focus is on getting local retail open, getting B Street open, getting, Tennyson open fully, getting, I don't know over on Eden Shores, I don't know what's closed or what's open over there, but, I haven't been over there in a while, but I mean, just doing whatever we can. And I think I mentioned this last week or so. Another observation I've made just over the year driving around town is, there's a lot of neighborhood, folk out there side hustling. I mean, I've seen people selling tamales out of their trunks. I've seen people, selling, fruit, and I've seen taqueros, doing some really creative things. And now as we start to ramp up our local neighborhood economy, I mean, I wouldn't, I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to invest in a small, innovative, something in some kind of a space where they can, launch their, whether it's a food or beverage or whatever. Something to keep your eye on is, I don't know how far along we're to come along on those talks, but, the Mission Crossings development. I don't know if that Mission frontage road or the frontage part of that property, where we're going to land on that. But, where we start to look at that space and start to create sort of some kind of an economic generator there where we plan for that. So, my emphasis on when I was reading this roadmap is we need to do whatever we can do to support, economic development and get our local merchants back and running. Lastly would be in terms of improving organizational health. Yes, all the, continue your work with, with your equity work. And I think that's great. And that's the direction we've been going for a while now. And so continue that work. And the final thing I just want to bring up is if there is one glaring issue that came out of the neighborhoods, particularly in South Hayward neighborhood over the last year, has been connectivity to Wi-Fi, broadband, and internet. And whatever we can do to get, fiber in the ground, or, we need to figure out a way to connect our neighborhoods. And you talk about an equity issue. We need to really focus on those neighborhoods, those streets, those cul-de-sacs that have simply, not have had access, whether through affordability or just through, no infrastructure for connectivity. But we really need to figure out a way to expedite that. I know the council's technology committee. We've been talking about this for a long time, and fiber starts and then it sputters and it starts again. And I know there's funding; it's expensive. So, anyways, to really make it short is. We really need to figure out a way to get fiber in the ground and get neighborhoods connected, because that is the one issue that I think we are that we can resolve. We can help a lot of people with just that. So, with that, thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't see the mayor.
Yeah, did we lose Mayor Halder?
Our Mayor Pro Tem might have to jump in.
So who's next? Councilmember Marquez?
Yeah, I did. I think he's next. Thank you. I'm sure she'll reconnect when she can. So thank you to staff for this report. I appreciate the look back and trying to streamline everyone's voting comments. I know this has been an ongoing process, and just echo again my appreciation for everyone's dedication and hard work under these extraordinary last, 13 months or so. So thank you for that. I really appreciate the cross-reference with the general plan. One thing, and I found it very easily, one thing that's very important to me is hiring local incentives, and that's not in the roadmap. So any way we could tie that in with economic development. And I really think we just need to have a theme here, and everything needs to be Hayward centric. We talked about House Hayward earlier. We talk about, there's so many employment opportunities, but how do we get that information out to our community? So just overall, I just want to see us obviously put emphasis on our community members, our long-term residents, our new residents. And along those lines, I think branding is really important, and I see a lot of inconsistencies. We spent a lot of time and money on the beautiful green H that I love, and I love seeing our street sweepers. They have that plastic flap behind their tire when they're cleaning our streets with the H's, and if you go to the courtyard, you see the H. So they do a great job at being consistent, and I think other departments need to be consistent with that. And I just say that because it's all about branding and just having people be focused on our community and focused on one another and lifting each other up. So that's something I feel that's easy, not specific to the roadmap, but just something that we could be implementing. I am excited to see the narrow focus. I appreciate this process of the roadmap, but I was very leery when we had the first retreat, I want to say 3 years ago. I felt like we walked away with maybe like 15 to 20 projects, and all of a sudden it got up to like 40, 50. I mean, the number just kept on increasing. So I think this is a lesson learned for all of us. I think it's good to put all the bold ideas out there, but I really like the dot voting so we could narrow the focus, because we're only going to be able to accomplish these tasks if we have a narrow, specific game plan with the funding to back up these initiatives. So I will do my best to streamline and just thank you for the good work, and looking forward to this coming back to us with funding recommendations in terms of what can be done first. And in terms of next steps, is next steps just when we vote, when we have our budget work session? Are we going to be finalizing more specifics in terms of what year these projects will be implemented, and we'll have confirmation at that point on the funding streams? Is that accurate?
Yeah, so there's an attempt in the budget presentations to align whatever the departments are presenting with the strategic roadmap, and then the roadmap's actually going to come back separately for adoption, the separate item. But you will see that crossover between the budget presentations.
Okay.
And then your question. Okay.
Yeah, you had asked about our support on continuing flexibility with COVID response specifically to our businesses. And I agree that we need to maintain that flexibility. It's going to take us another year or two easily to recover from this, if not longer. So the more streamline and support and assistance, and it may cause some inconveniences for certain people, but the goal is to help as many people as possible. We want to keep these businesses open. We want to keep people employed. We want to have different opportunities for our community members to actually stay in Hayward and spend their money here in Hayward. Councilmember Salinas had made a comment about there has been a huge increase of food vendors. I don't feel like that's top of the list priority, but I would like to add it just because luckily there hasn't been an issue, but I've seen some really, really risky behavior, and it could potentially become more problematic. So I agree that we need to start thinking about a permitting process. I know we have some state restraints, but possibly permitting process, or where that type of vending can be allowed with some regulation around it, just because I want to try to get ahead of it before it becomes a bigger issue. And there are safety issues around that as well for everyone's sake. So thank you for the good work.
Thank you. I heard most of that. Just as Councilmember Salinas was talking about the need for increased broadband, my internet announced it was unstable and then shut off. So I don't know if they were connected to the statement, but anyway, I'm back. And thank you, Councilmember Wahab, for briefly, I think, taking over. And we will go, I have to pull up participants. Who is next? Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I'm interested in terms of connecting it with the strategic roadmap. I would like to see GARE continue, but also look at bold ideas that can be part of this the strategic roadmap. And I would like GARE to continue to look at things with an equity lens, but also look at potential policies that we could be pursuing. For example, as we look at CEQA for a lot of our development projects, have an equity lens as part of that CEQA process to see how it impacts the neighborhood, the community that it's going in. I also would like GARE to also look into guaranteed income as an opportunity for the city to pursue and look for national, state, different types of initiatives that are out there that could help our residents stay housed, pay their bills. There's some stigma around the program, but it's been proven that it actually has been helping people stay afloat. So something that I think Garrett should be looking into. I do think the community can also help protect the community. I think we should look at community ambassadors as part of the strategic roadmap as we look at opportunities for not just jobs, but also part of the public safety program that we'll be reviewing. Also, inclusionary housing. I also wanted to highlight that. I did mention it in the previous item as something that I also agree with, but we need to include inclusionary affordable housing as a higher priority on the housing portion of the strategic roadmap. I am finding it really funny that Councilmember Salinas has mentioned jobs in relation to all the jobs that are coming through to restaurants and retailers, as that is something that I definitely want to help pursue in terms of corralling opportunities for youth, particularly in partnering with multiple agencies and encouraging our Personnel Commission, our Youth Commission, to figure out a way to connect all the opportunities in a way that is easily accessible to youth. As I listened at a town hall with youth, and one of the things that they've complained about was that there were not enough things for them to do. There's not enough activities, things to keep other youth out of trouble. And so it'd be great if we could figure out a way that we can have a resource that's available to them that's easily accessible. So those are some of the things that I wanted to highlight. Also, I did want to make a comment on one of the things that I've said during the retreat, that I felt like the capturing of what I said was slightly misconstrued. One of the things that we were talking about was cannabis, and I mentioned what about the bars on B Street, and I wanted to clarify that the reason why I bring that up is that we need a variety of uses to balance out the uses that are there that could be for mainly adults. So that's what I want to mention in terms of that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. So yes, I appreciate the work on this as well. In terms of continuing the temporary permits, it does seem like we need to continue the outdoor opportunities. I'm open to, kind of a little clarity about what's needed from staff's perspective. Is this labor intensive with low return? Is it the opposite? Or, what kind of direction you're looking for there? We can talk about that tonight or another night, but okay.
I think that the information we've received just far of high level is helpful for planning to kind of think about that. I don't know, Jen, if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think I don't know that it's, now that this program's set up, that it's intensive, staff intensive, but I think it is a temporary permit program, and it is, outside of our ordinances. And so I think we're fine continuing it. It sounds like there's support for that. But just making sure that you're okay with kind of continuing that. And it does seem appropriate, since we're certainly not out of the woods yet, to have that happen. And we can revisit it, in a year or as part of the mid-year process too.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. And yeah, I concur with Councilmember Marquez's comments on that of, if it is helping our businesses, let's keep it, especially as we still don't know, we're still in that, are we going to go to yellow? Are we going to go backwards, kind of place. So yeah, as long as it's not pulling resources from somewhere else, let's keep it in. And yeah, let's revisit it in a year. And then what's the delay on La Vista Park? Yeah. Briefly.
Yeah, I don't see Alex because I'd let him say, but I've been participating because it's adjacent to parcel group 3, and there have been, going through the environmental process, the Environmental Quality Act, the CEQA process, there are some issues that have arisen where we might need to get permits from the water board, which is a very time-intensive process. We're hoping that we might avoid that, but there's just additional work that had to be done from an environmental standpoint. And so that has just taken longer to get the approvals and entitlements.
Thank you. That's a bummer, but I appreciate the information. And obviously that's one of those, if there's something that council can do from an advocacy standpoint, don't hesitate to ask. Because I know we want to get that moving. So the shift in the tax defaulted properties, and I think you're also watching the market on that. So I don't have any, changes to what's been proposed. Just kind of, I don't want us to miss the peak of the, if properties are changing hands because they already are, what are our opportunities to shift that away from speculative investment? And I know that's not necessarily tax defaulted, but it's kind of that whole lens of how we do that.
And we are looking at that data. I just want you to know.
Okay.
And it is, and we don't see a spike yet. And so I think if there is a spike or there appears to be something like that, then, Christina Morales and I have chatted about, we might try to expedite that, but that might mean putting other things on hold, right? And having some trade-offs there. But right now the data is not reflecting that, but we've got eviction moratoriums. And so who knows what's going to happen over the next 6 to 12 months. So we'll keep an eye on it.
I so appreciate that you're tracking that. That's awesome. Of course you are. And yeah, absolutely. That was one of my sort of comments was, right. We've got the homelessness strategic plan, the general plan, the police innovation work. So, some of that's in this plan, some of it isn't. And so I hope that I know city staff is looking at this, and I hope we as council will be open to reshifting. One of the staff comments that came through was, it's a lot. People are excited about the work, but it's a lot. And so how do we balance that? And so don't be afraid to say, okay, something's got to come off. And if you know what that is, great. If we have to think about it collectively, then let's do that. So
and just on a comment on that,
all this is possible. Yeah.
And if I could just, because I really appreciate that. And I think it will be a conversation on the stimulus funds, which are one-time funds, right? Because without additional staff resources, there, you'll see that some of our programs that we're tailoring to are programs that we think we can implement with the current staffing, right? So we're trying to be aware of that. And so those are definitely some of the issues that we're thinking about. And like the strategic plan is one item, but when you implement it, when you see the actual plan, it's actually like, 6 to 10 different new programs, right? So, we do have to be careful about that, but we will keep you informed about the staff capacity issues.
Great. Keeping an eye on that. So I'm reminding myself, I know a couple of my colleagues have brought it up too, and just reminding us to continue this conversation. And then two last things that were brought up by my colleagues. So thank you for that. And one is this idea of the sort of side hustle space that Councilmember Salinas Marquez brought up. I think Councilmember Andrews may have mentioned it as well. It's really interesting that evolves. And I wonder if, the MJCC kitchen becomes a place to sort of capture this opportunity. Maybe one of the downtown restaurants could be co-shared with people to be an incubator space while it's vacant. I don't know, some interesting ideas there that hopefully are not, again, new things added on, but part of maybe the MJCC work or something. Anyway, and then lastly, I appreciated Councilmember Andrews' point about CEQA and using a racial equity lens there. I hadn't really thought about that in that way before, so I appreciate that. And I wonder if the upcoming work on the housing element might be a place that fits. Or in the existing work plan around incentivizing housing, one of the, might be a place for us to I know both of those have a racial equity lens sort of in them, and where does CEQA fit in making that better, worse, an obstacle, et cetera. Maybe interesting part of that conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Zermino. Councilmember
Thank
Zermino.
you.
Oh,
Yeah. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mayor. Very good report. You capture everything. I like the emphasis on the economy and housing. That's tremendous. Let's see. I would like, I'm going to propose, or eventually I want to mention the fact that we need to really come up with an ordinance on street vendors. And from what I read in the report, if we want something new, something has to be off the plate. So, Mary, it's up to you to let me know what needs to come off the plate, or what the process is for us to do this. It's a health issue. Many of the street vendors are using styrofoam. They really are creating a problem, and I don't know what to do. So that's why I think we need to do something about it. And then it has been mentioned tonight also, and I'll mention the fact that Miguel Colon, who teaches business at Chabot College, and I have met with a couple of folks in Hayward looking for startup space for young students. We've spoken with, people at the adult school. We've spoken with Karen over at at the Eden Youth and Family Center. So if anybody else has any notion about what can be done, it would be tremendous. There really is a need for our youngsters to put their entrepreneurship to work in a space. So we're looking for a space that can house 5 to 10 students. Eden Youth and Family Center was going to rent it to us. So we're in the process of continuing talks. So if anybody wants to help out, let me know. And with that, very good job, Mary. Thank you for leading the team.
Councilmember Zermino?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that last thing you just were saying, that space for children at the Eden Youth Center for what? For entrepreneurship?
Yes, for a startup space where we would take 4 to 5 to 10 students from HUSD, from adult school, from Chabot College, from Cal State, who are interested in starting up their own project and startup space, where we would provide, there would be a computer, and Michael and I and Catherine Miranda, who used to teach business at Mount Eden High School, would be there as tutors to ensure that they could create something. So we need space for these students.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So that's what it was.
Okay. Thanks.
It's a startup space. I even spoke to Jeff Juro from Green Shutter Hotel.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I just want to highlight a couple things. I know that it's a work session, so we're still going to have this cleaned up, and I hope that it's a little bit more narrowed down to just for myself. There's some things that I definitely wanted to see a little bit more of, but obviously I know that, with COVID and some of the relief efforts, we're going to have to push back. I'm not incredibly happy that we're pushing back projects. I will say that. I understand why we're doing it. I just want to also highlight the fact that, as some of the emails that we've received, as some of the comments we've heard, the conversations we've had, we cannot use COVID as an excuse for not being able to do some of the work that we set forth. I do want to highlight this because it's incredibly important. People are working, they are working remotely. A lot of the stuff, can still be done, especially around policies and ordinance and communication and town halls and all the things that we have to do. So I do just want to highlight that. I will say that I know some residents have reached out specifically to me talking about response times. I know I've emailed our city manager about that, and I know she probably most likely informed a lot of the directors that So I do want to highlight that because as our city is growing, as we are developing more housing, as we have more residents moving into Hayward, there's going to be significant more, a higher level of expectation from the city. And, I asked for a staffing level analysis to see if that is a problem. And, obviously I know that we are understaffed in a wide variety of departments. We do need to have that conversation to see what is the overall infrastructure of our city and the support that we can provide our residents. So I do want to highlight that as a big core of what we prioritize and how we prioritize and moving forward. So I will restate that. And then as far as for me, I do believe that the housing element and the economic development piece are priority. A lot of the internal things, and I know I say this every year when we get through this, a lot of the internal things, I definitely will leave it up to our city manager to kind of direct in regards to staffing expectations, our responsibilities, diversity policies, things like that. Of course, we want to promote things like that, but I would like to remove a lot of the internal focus outside of the city's larger strategic plan. That's just how I would like to operate as looking internal versus looking external. So I do just want to highlight that. It's always been kind of like a little pet peeve of mine because it looks like we have a lot of projects. A lot of the projects are internal. And if we do need a handful of more management analysts or things like that, I think that needs to be discussed as well. Because I don't want to say, we can't do this because of staff capacity. This is the one few, I'm going to say I don't really hear it in a lot of other cities as much. So I do just want to highlight that. I also appreciate the fact that we could highlight certain individual projects. Again, I was not too thrilled with this particular strategic roadmap design in the sense of a lot of what I feel like we've already worked on, whether it was minimum wage, it was passed, it was implemented, whether it was other things, it was already done and was included still. And I feel like that takes up space. It's misleading as well in the sense that, that's something we haven't done, right? So I think last year, could have been the year before, but last year I want to say we had like 81 items, right? And this year we obviously have a significant amount, but a lot of it has already been done, whether it's the master shoreline we've already voted on. So I know to our assistant city manager, I know she's aching to say that, it takes implementation, a lot of things like that. And I completely understand that. I respect that. It's just that it shouldn't be on the list, at least to prioritize in the future is kind of my point, right? We should have kind of like what is ongoing. So there's one section in one of the attachments that highlight, let's say 2020 to 2023, we've worked on, this is ongoing. And then this is a future item up to, our general plan of 2040, right? So if we have that in segments for the next go round as accomplished, but still have one or two pieces left over, whether that's for rent, whether that's minimum wage, whether that's communicating with the public. Part two is the ongoing right now initiated piece. And then part three is down the road. I think that's how it should be segmented out. Because it's also just information overload. And I'm also not a fan of information overload when people are trying to see what we're trying to do. To some of the projects, I think, I will say that I have asked because our team is so small in economic development, number one, I do think that we need to prioritize that in the upcoming fiscal year. If we need to hire one or two more people, I think that's incredibly important. But also the fact that we don't need to build certain things, right? I know we've talked about incubator programs. I know we've talked about things like this, even if it's a ghost kitchen, things like that we're trying to help the community. We don't need to build it. We need to partner with somebody that already does it, right? So very similar to our housing concept, right? We aren't the experts at that. We partner with a nonprofit that does something like that. So I just want to highlight that because it frees up the time from staff. It also allows us to do one or two or three more things. So just being able to utilize that. So again, I appreciate the work. I know the the goals and the passions that we have and things like that. I just don't like to limit ourselves, and I just want to use our time wisely and strategically, given our staff capacity. So, one, I'd like to understand and solve our staff capacity if that is constantly being brought forward. And number two is just being able to move forward in the direction that I think our residents are going to start expecting of us. You know, we're going to have newer residents, more criteria to fill. So I do appreciate that. And I do want to thank staff. I know that also to our city manager, it is Administrative Professionals Day today or tomorrow? Tomorrow. Okay. Well, I definitely want to thank every one of our staff members publicly. I know you guys work incredibly hard on this. I also want to thank the consultants that have worked to map this out, our city manager, our assistant city manager, for the level of effort that they've put on this. And looking forward to see what we can do with this. So thank you.
I want to thank you, Councilmember Wahab, for your comments. I would just like to, the reason we've included the internal projects on this list, I just think it's important because the same staff that are working on some of the external projects are also working on some of the internal projects. And without the internal support structures, we're not going to be able to do the external work. And so I think it's important to see the whole picture of what's going on in the city organization. And we haven't had that. It's always been sort of the external facing projects without the corresponding sort of work internally. And so I think that's why I thought it was important to include the internal projects on this and why they are incorporated. So I hear that concern, but I think it just helps the council understand all the things that are sort of going on in the city as a whole. So
totally understood. I appreciate that. I think it just needs to be segmented out a little bit more to highlight that this is an internal focus. And the reason why, again, is because, and I just want the public to understand, we as individual council members, unlike some other cities that, you know, people have these expectations of us as council members, we don't have direct staff that we can direct a policy request for, research for, anything like that. So oftentimes we have to do the referral process and to start something that we'd like to work on. So I do just want to highlight that. And again, staffing capacity is an issue. And as we are growing in population, I do just want us to be able to plan for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add to the city manager's comments that it is our responsibility as council to understand all of that, to understand, what we are asking of the organization and what their demands are on them. And so I think it is important that information be included. Madam City Clerk, would you like to say something?
Sorry, Mayor. Just wanted to bring it to your attention that we have a public member, Mr. Simon Wells, that I know public comment is closed. We had that opportunity, but shortly after, I believe he rose his hand. So I was wondering if you would like him to speak.
All right. Unless I don't think any of our council members would object strenuously, I will temporarily reopen public comments, and we will hear from, was it Mr. O'Ellis again?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Ellis, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I made a comment earlier and then I raised my hand again when we were voting on whether or not we were going to talk about, or you guys were going to talk about, I think it was 1 through 4, 1 through 6. But I believe Mayor mentioned, you brought it up and said, hey, Simon has his hand up. And I don't think I had the opportunity to speak. But I'm in this council meeting because I wanted to kind of bring to your attention item 4 of the agenda, which is the roof garden villa. So I don't know if that'll be something that we could get to, but I sure would appreciate it because it's been a very long project that's been in our books for close to 3 years now, and we're pretty excited to get it rolling and start building since we've already submitted everything that's needed. We just need approval from the council.
The item was approved this evening as part of the consent calendar. We didn't call it out separately and talk about it, but it was approved. Is that what you were looking for?
Exactly. But I've also enjoyed listening to the rest of the meeting. And one thing I did want to mention, as far as like I know someone came in here earlier, but I didn't really get a chance to speak on. But as far as like the homeless and stuff, is there anything that's being done? And just a quick question. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time, but is there anything that's being done? Because I know in Oakland they have nonprofits that buy real estate and house the homeless. Is there any sort of projects like that that City of Hayward plans to bring to light to help with the issue of the homeless?
You know, we have a number of programs going. And I think perhaps we could have someone, maybe Ms. Lenz, you could provide Mr. Ellis's, if you don't mind, Mr. Ellis's number to perhaps someone in our community services department to, or perhaps send you some information about it. So, but we definitely have a number of programs, and we had a somewhat robust program discussion this evening about adding more, but we do have a number of them in place, including what it will become a 90-bed navigation center plus an additional hotel as an annex to that for actual shelter, plus a lot of nonprofits that are working in the area. So, but thank you for your comments. And with that, I had a few actually comments about going back to item number. We weren't finished with item number 10 because I had not had a chance, and I won't belabor it, but I just wanted to say that I do agree with the general focus of the staff report, and I particularly wanted to talk about. Well, one thing is the correlation between the general plan and the roadmap, which I think, we're starting to now put that together. And somehow we need to continue that process of looking at what's in our general plan and then what. And so that was really helpful, that part of the staff report that talked about that looked at the general compared the things in the roadmap to the general plan, and or that there are a number of projects in the general plan that are not in our roadmap, but are in our general plan and are being worked on, and just where the progress was being made on the general plan. And we should keep in mind that the general plan is a document that covers about a 25-year period from about, I think it started around 2014, 2015, and goes to 2040. So you wouldn't expect everything to have been completed yet on that, but a lot of it ties together. And I think that increasingly we ought to look at things we're doing in terms of how they fit into our general plan as well as this roadmap. And then, I was noting that I was going to say, one of my comments is I was disappointed about the public art, but I do understand we can't do everything now all at once. And it's been something that I've wanted, but then I noticed in the general plan summary that there is a cultural commission that it was noted to have been in progress. So that was heartening. I was wondering what the progress is on that. But I'm
going to have to go look back at
I'll figure out what that progress is.
Yes, I will have to go look back at the reference document and email you. Yeah.
I'll take your answer when you find it. Okay, thank you. I just thought that was interesting. And then well, I don't know, my notes are all over. I was going to respond to something Councilmember Salinas said about the need for workers in restaurants. And I know that's been an issue regionally, or there was a story in one of the newspapers, I think this morning, but I heard about and this is more on maybe how we use some of our stimulus money, but I heard about a project in another city where they are providing through their stimulus money some stipends for businesses, and in this case, I would think restaurants in particular, perhaps to hire students, which we would pay, for their wages. So that would help the businesses out, especially restaurants that have lost a lot during this COVID period, but give them some temporary workers. I don't know how feasible that is, but I do know it's being tried somewhere else, and it might be an idea that we might want to consider. I'm disappointed also, and I was glad someone asked about the La Vista Park because I hope that maybe we should have a report on that sometime soon to see where we are on that one. On the equity, I really thought that staff that has come up with a lot of good projects, and but although I especially liked the ones from Public Works about the looking at it in terms of how we do our maintenance, and the development services in terms of doing the housing element. That's because we have to do. That's a project we really can't put off. We have a deadline from the state. So I like those. There were some others that I thought were a little bit vague or I had questions about too. So it'd be nice to have more specifics. I think really, especially in the city attorney's office and fire and IT. I just wasn't sure. They just seemed a little vague. But it's good that that all of our departments are thinking about that aspect of what we do. And so I think, and then on the COVID program, the temporary programs, I agree that we should probably continue them at present, and maybe we'll just sort of know when they aren't needed anymore, and staff can keep an eye on that. And if it does become clear that they are no longer needed, then we should discontinue them. But for right now, I don't think we're quite out of this period. So, and we don't quite know whether, we hope that we don't go into a worse situation, but it has happened elsewhere, and hoping that it won't happen here. So with that, we did agree, and it is after 11 o'clock now. We did agree to continue the item number 11 on the council retreat follow-up. So that brings us to item 12, which is an informational report on the annual review of city issued debt. Did anybody have any questions about this? This was also seen and discussed by the Budget and Finance Committee. Not seeing any hands raised. So we will move on to item number 13, which is an informational report on the annual city benefit liabilities and funding plan review, something everyone loves to talk about, I know. But I'm not seeing that anyone has any questions about that right now. So we will move on to comments from our city manager. I know you made some of them earlier in response to a request, but.
And then just one other item, wanted to let the council know that the Caltrans Parcel Group 8, there will be a community meeting being held this Thursday evening. It's actually being held by RCD, which is the Affordable Housing Developer Partner on that project. And the notifications were sent out on social media, and then RCD sent mailers to everyone within 300 feet of the entire parcel group, not just the piece that they are developing. So the radius is much bigger. And then also included notice to the MACs, the county MACs that are in that area, as well as planning staff in the county. And so they will be hosting that virtual community meeting this Thursday, April 22nd at 5:30 p.m. and will be available in both English and Spanish. And the proposed project, as you know, includes the rehab of the 11 units of rental housing at Bridge Court, as well as the construction of approximately 96 housing units, rental housing units for low-income and formerly homeless individuals at the corner of Foothill and Grove Way. And more details can be found on the city's community calendar, or you can call 510-841-4410, extension 309 for more information.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to council reports, announcements. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. I know it's late, so I will be as brief as possible. Wanted to let folks know that there is a project called the Advanced Quantitative Precipitation Initiative, AQPI, which EBDA, which the city is a member of, has been pushing. This is a prediction technology that will help predict heavy weather, especially water events, big rains, which is really helpful in planning for for water and sewer management. And this will be a regional thing that'll be available to us coming soon. It just got approved. One of the last approval hurdles happened just today or yesterday. So that new resource will be coming forward. And then the Alameda County Board of Supervisors met today on many topics, one of which actually was to name the Eden Multi-Service Center in our community off of Winton, the Gale Steele Resource Center. And that was approved. And then the other one was about redistricting, which this council has supported a fair and inclusive process, and really appreciate that vote. And today the board decided to keep the process internal, to not put together an independent redistricting commission or a hybrid commission. They had a couple different options there. They also had the option to hire an independent consultant to help with some of the components. There was a lot of community support for that as an independent lens, as a way to be compliant with the new legislation and build staff capacity, et cetera, to some of the points we made earlier. And while county staff could bring that forward, it was not the board's recommendation necessarily to do that. So there will be more work to come, but that's the quick update on that.
Okay. Thank you for keeping us informed on that. And I wish we would actually have some need for that big water event, thing that you mentioned earlier, but, I don't see it in the forecast, so we're going to need it anytime soon, but good that it's there. Councilmember Andrews.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that it is Earth Month, so you can go to the city website to find out more information about how you can help Mother Earth. And I just also had a couple of comments in light of today's events. I visited a woman's social media page, a woman I admire. Her name is Wanda Johnson. She is the mother of Oscar Grant, who was a Hayward native. And today she said that I am grateful that a measure of justice was served today. And for me to see that was really powerful, but to also recognize that this was just a measure of justice and it's not enough without policy change. And policy change doesn't have to be this zero-sum game. And I recognize that protesters are tired of talking to us. They're tired of us saying they want us to listen, but they want to see action. So I hope when we see these recommendations from the policy innovation workshops that we act swiftly and just recognize that it shouldn't have to take national outrage and a televised court case for us to move. And just for community members who are concerned about the change, just to have some empathy in the sense that recognizing that some community members don't feel comfortable calling 911. They don't see that as support. Recognize that mental health providers provide a lot more than just appointments. They actually can help with emergency response. And remember that a 17-year-old had to step in. She had to represent the community to step in when she saw something in her community that wasn't right. And that is what brought this officer to justice. And we need to act on having community ambassadors now as a way for us to have the community involved in protecting the community. And so just want to highlight those things, and hopefully we can act swiftly when we hear the recommendations from the community members that participated in that panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members Armenio.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, colleague Andrews, for those good words. Also, it is Earth Week, and tomorrow I will be planting 2 more fruit trees. So that means my count is I have planted 38 fruit trees in the city of Hayward. I will not tell you where because there's this thing about planting fruit trees in the city of Hayward. So they are hidden away. So in good locations for people to enjoy them. So, but these 2 tomorrow are at Chabot College near the flagpole. And I thank Chabot people for donating one of them, and I thank Serrano family for donating the other one, and I thank the City of Hayward for donating another one. So thank you very much. It's a community effort for our Earth, Mom Earth. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Maybe when we can have community events again, we can have a scavenger hunt for those fruit trees. Okay, but thank you for doing that. Councilmember Salinas.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Andrews for her comments. As an educator, I don't teach on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but today I was, and even tonight, I've put away my lecture for tomorrow morning, and I think for my classes tomorrow, it's going to be a matter of just essentially sitting and and listening to students, and that was earlier this morning when I was in another meeting, and a colleague had asked me, well, what are you going to do, in your class? And I was like, well, regardless of the verdict, students are going to have to talk, right? So regardless of the verdict, there's going to be feelings, and so tomorrow is going to be just that. So thank you, Councilmember Andrews, for your words. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members want to comment? Okay. I will just say that it has. I would like to thank Councilmember Andrews as well, and for her words, and all the work that all of us are doing, and that the staff and the people in our community around these issues. I think it is work that has been in progress for a while, and while the policy innovation work is very important, and I know we're all looking forward to that. I mean, there have been a lot of other things that we have looked at and addressed, and yet I understand these incidents continue. Who has the answer? I look back on my own life, and I've had reason recently to look back at some of my college things, and I realized how much we demonstrated, protested, screamed, and yelled. Some of that was about the Vietnam War, certainly, but also about racial equality at a time when things were much different. But I just had always thought that we would be so much further along by this time, and it's so sad that we're not. And I think that changing it is going to involve doing a lot of things that we've been talking about tonight, and just keeping our community together, keeping it a place where we promote helping each other and solving the problems that we have. I know the County Board of Supervisors has come up. I had a conversation actually today with Supervisor Valle, and urged him to look at the money that the county is getting through the stimulus, and to please try to do something to help improve the system we have in our county of providing mental health care, because I think that is really something that leads to a lot of problems happening, and it's a difficult thing to handle, and we just need more and better ways to help people who are struggling. And And so I wanted to know, just we do, but we can't lose sight of the fact that we do have a lot of good work going on in our community too. And I know that on Saturday afternoon, I went over to the Matt Jimenez Center to attend, was a warm meal giveaway by an organization, Zakat, that is a Muslim-based community services organization that wanted, while they are fasting during Ramadan, had the idea that they wanted to do something for people in the community. And so they partnered with DoorDash and got warm meals to give out. And I was there for a while. I'm not sure how many warm meals were actually given out, but I know there was a lot of need in our community. And I do think that the thought was a very, very nice one and generous one. And it was really nice to connect with them. And things like that are happening all the time. And so we should look at that side of things too. We do have a community where a lot of people care and a lot of people are involved in helping others who are needy in some way. So I think that we should be grateful about that. And so, with that, I know we had adjourned an earlier meeting in honor and memory of George Floyd. And
Councilmember Andrews.
Councilmember Andrews and Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Andrews, go ahead.
I also wanted to just announce real quickly the teams that won the Black History Month Art and Poetry Contest, to mention their names, just so they're acknowledged, especially in light of today. I think it's really important to acknowledge our youth. So you can go to the library to see their work, but I want to recognize Corey Lowe, who wrote a story called My Voice, My Experience, the Black Family Experience in Hayward. And then there was artwork by Kendall Lowe called The Tamed Beast. You could probably get a clearer picture of that from the library. And then a poem written by Destiny Ross called Priceless. So I definitely recommend you all contacting the library for more information about their submissions. Thank you.
Is that possible to include somehow on the website from on the library page of the website?
I can work with our director of library services.
I would love to. I would love to see that. Thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Definitely. Thank you. Mary, you actually reminded me, and I'll be honest with you, there's been a lot happening today. The Zakat Foundation did reach out. We are, very lucky that, we were able to partner with them. I know I shot an email to our city manager, and we eventually had Zach Abadi and staff actually support the food drive, if you will. We served over 415 people. So that is pretty significant. It was roughly in an hour to an hour and a half max. That is incredibly important to highlight, because in an hour and a half in the city of Hayward, that's how many families or individuals came to get a warm meal. And I know that this was the first. We talked about potentially doing more. I do want to thank staff again for spending a couple hours on Saturday and just, COVID safe, being able to hand out foods to families and individuals in need. It was culturally diverse. It highlights Ramadan. And again, we have 5 mosques in the city that I always like to highlight. And at the same time, they told me, the Zakat Foundation, that we were the first and only city that actually weren't afraid of, interacting with them. And I was a little surprised. They told me how many folks that they've tried to do outreach to and so forth. So I do want to say that, as we talk about racial equity and inclusion and so forth, I think we saw in the national news today, Mr. George Floyd's death. As many people have talked about, his family has seen some justice, but real justice is obviously if he was still alive and with us today, as so many other people also have not seen justice. We have a lot of work to do. It's not just our city, it's, throughout the Bay Area. I do want to highlight that to Councilmember Andrews and several of the points that she made today. I do appreciate that. And, diversity is incredibly important, but it only matters if you actually raise your voice and speak truth to power. So I do just want to highlight that. I also want to thank you, Mayor, for joining the food drive on Saturday. That was a pleasure. I know a lot of people were excited to meet the mayor of Hayward. So they were very grateful for that. And again, I just want to thank staff for the work that they do. So again, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you for helping connect them, because it was a great organization. I enjoyed meeting them and hope we can do more together. And with that, as I said, I'm going to switch gears a little. And tonight I'm on a somewhat different subject. Gun violence has gotten out of hand in this country. And last week, we again, experienced another mass shooting at a workplace in Indianapolis. And once again, in honor and memory of those lives who were lost last week in Indianapolis, and in recent months throughout our nation due to gun violence and the easy access to guns that we apparently have. In their honor and memory, this meeting is adjourned.
The recording has stopped.